All right, all right. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome. It's another day of it's another fucking day. What can I say? Oh, I didn't get my my combined chat up. First thing today is we've got the rare spawn. We've got Magic visiting us, which is a somewhat rare treat. But then besides that, yeah, we are going to be doing more of the commentary, analysis, verification of Zheal's new world record of the most popular FF7 category, which is 80% no slots on the PlayStation. So it's a big deal. A new record on this category is a big deal. And so, we've been going through it. I've been going through it basically in the style of like, who's that one YouTuber? Is it Bismuth, I think? Does like the world record explanation videos, that kind of go very in depth about all the different things. And so I've been kind of doing it in that style that like assumes you don't know anything about the run, and we're gonna and we're gonna talk about everything. Oh yeah. So let's get into it. I've got a few hours this morning. Baby Dash is with her grandparents, but we gotta go pick her up in a few hours, and so until then, we are going to jam more of this. So all right. Is this where we left off? We left off on sample. That sounds about right. So here we go. Let's keep it going. Anything else that I really need to talk about? So here we've got Red 13 in the party now, and he's going back to active. Now, we kind of made the broad strokes earlier that like active is good for running away from fights, and wait is good for fighting them. But early on in the run, like with Guard Scorpion and stuff, we do actually use active during bosses quite a bit, and that is due to us not having access to haste yet. Because we don't have haste yet, it kind of makes it so that we can't get any extra turns by using ATB wait necessarily. Wait is good on the sample fight because there's multiple enemies, so you want to stop their ATB bars from going up too much. But when there's only one enemy, then active is nice because it's it just kind of makes a round robin turn order. So I gotta get reacquainted with where he is on steps. I think this fight, if I'm not mistaken.
You would need to have sex with any of the 7 boss. Who would it be?
Hang on. We're coming into a great question from chat. Here we go.
If you would need to have sex with any of the 7 boss, who would it be? I'm already get fucked in the ass by Demon's Gate every freaking run. So I guess it would be that.
So I think that the fight that he just got is the one that is like here normally. But I'm not I don't exactly remember from last time where his steps were at, but I think it would have been that one. The thing is, Midgar or Shinra HQ has very low danger incrementation in general, and so step routes generally don't have really any steps in them. But yeah. And by the way, how's everybody going? Good morning. I gave a little bit of an introduction, but I don't know how much of a hello I said. This part, we don't really have to worry about this part too much. This is all just kind of autoplay. Yo, Feck. Oh, somebody did ask how old this run is. I think this run was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. But he only submitted it like a week ago. You just got hired for an IT job? Oh, nice. Okay, so here he's setting up jail skip. This is very similar to Jesse skip, where he's getting into a certain position, right? Getting into a certain position here, and then using the menu in order to buffer the movement and the confirm button. Because what he's doing is he's talking to Barrett and hitting the trigger for this cutscene at the same time. And what that means then is that once this text box is gone, now he can walk. Even though we're in this cutscene, he can walk. And the thing that actually causes you to be able to move on from this part is after this cutscene up here, you have to talk to Tifa. But because we can move during this cutscene, now we can go talk to Tifa right away. And that saves like 5 seconds-ish.
Balance splits are designed so that when you lose time, the split was bad. And when you win time, the split was good. And if you go even, the split was...
Here, it's tempting to just run straight forward, but if you do that, you get stuck behind red. So he went a little bit further left, like wider around. And the thing about this is that it costs steps. This room is live on steps. And so it loses you a little bit of steps to run wide around red, but doing so lets you get in front of him and save like a couple seconds. Okay, and then here, so he's slowing down to a walk, which this tells me two things. Firstly, it means that his step route is designed to get an encounter right here, which tells me that maybe we're going to be seeing a battle skip soon if he's bothering with forcing this here. Secondly, it tells me this is not the same route that Luzbel uses, because Luzbel's step route, I believe, is so tight in Midgar that this would be unacceptable. So yeah, that's cool.
Other than like PB split, for example, right? Just because I'm going red on split, I'm losing time on split doesn't mean the split was bad. Because if it was insanely good in my PB, and now it's...
And then, so this fight...
Not insanely good anymore, I'm losing time, but that doesn't mean it's a bad split. And this kind of stuff, balance splits try...
I'm wondering if it's this fight?
To avoid.
Probably. Do multiple people verify record runs? For a run to get onto the leaderboard, only one of the moderators needs to verify it. But I mean, the real answer, though, always, and this is the case with every speedrun video ever, is that anybody can do their own verification. You know what I mean? Where
Cloud actually has pretty good ATB, limit already.
Like,
maybe
bad runs aren't always caught by a moderator.
If Rufus is going first.
Not that we suspect this run of being bad, but, you know, I'm just saying, that's how it generally works. I just realized I gotta move my camera. I gotta be over here. I'll try to be like this, so you can see the timer. And random noun, thank you.
Favorite Dark Nation. Oh, we'll see.
Been immobile for 2 weeks due to back, hip, and heat issues. Dude, it has been really hot. Around here at least. And how's parent life been going? Parent life has been going really, really well so far. While we're on leave at work, but we are going back to work in a couple more weeks. So you know, we'll see how work life ends up being when we also have a kid. But right now, it's been great, you know.
Then why would I change it?
It's been the best several weeks of my life, really.
Like,
you know, essentially on vacation from work, new baby. It's been awesome. Okay, so here we go. This fight honestly does not have very much to say about it at all. But the deal is that we're on A to be active. And so what that means is look at how Barrett's turn came back before Eris's turn was even over, right? With maximum battle speed and A to be active, this is going to happen with every turn that each person gets their ATB back before the following turn is over. And so what that means is that despite the ATB system caring about your dexterity for how fast your bar fills, that doesn't matter, and instead we're just going to have a round-robin turn order, where every character gets to go once per round, and this is very good for us early game, when our characters are slow, we can't get any extra turns out of anything. You know, if the ATB bars were freezing ever, that would only be bad for us. Because it would stop us from achieving the round-robin turn order. And so all you really have to do here is throw grenades. Grenades at this part of the run, they do a lot of damage. They never miss. And then here's something important though. So Red got the kill there. He's got a full limit bar. That's important because his ATB is about to empty. It just emptied. But when this boss dies, it spawns a phase 2 right here. Now, the thing is that this guy, he queued up his turn before Red. And so Red wouldn't be able to get a grenade throw off on him on the first turn here. Now, first he does what's called a sneak attack. A sneak attack is this AB cannon. A sneak attack is where an enemy gets a turn before we even consider the queue and turn order. They just get a turn, right? So he sneak attacks AB cannon, but then what happens after that are the characters Barret and Eris are able to get their turns in that they queued up before this guy even spawned. But Red did not get his turn early enough to get to be in before his first turn. However, what Zheal could have done is done a limit break with Red, which would have gotten in early enough because that gets prioritized in the queue. He didn't do it though. Oh, dude, this is actually really bad RNG. So him putting your characters to sleep is very bad. Obviously, it makes them not take their turns. So what I'm expecting to see here is, I mean, is he not going to do any limits here? Because I would expect to see some limits to make up for lost time here. Like probably a big shot here. No, okay, he's just going all grenades, I guess. The thing is that limit break animations are kind of slow. Okay, he is doing the big shot. Oh, you know what? I think he waits for it to be spinning, perhaps? I'm not sure.
Man, I have so much
and yeah. This is the same run that I was doing analysis of the other day. We are continuing it. But I'm going pretty slow here. Is it ever worth it to wake up characters on your own? Later in the game, yes. Not during that fight, though.
Ah, shit, I was pressing down.
Alright. So, for this fight, this is one of the fights where a fixed camera can help you if you don't have a limit break. So Cloud has pretty darn good ATB right here. So maybe the hope would be that when Cloud's menu comes up, if he's able to hit down to item, circle to select a grenade, right circle to put it on the dog. If he's able to do all of that lightning fast before the dog gets his turn, he could get a grenade on the dog before the dog's first turn. Oh, but he went down to battery by accident. Now, the thing is, though, is that it's even unlikely to even get that to work because the dog is very fast. The way that I do this, I don't know how much I need to talk about how I do the stuff because we don't really care about me. We're here to talk about this video. But I really like coming into this fight with a limit break on Cloud. And then if Rufus gets the first turn, then you can braver the dog before its first turn, which I like a lot. But that's kind of up to chance. But anyway, so dog gets the first turn. The thing about the dog is it has 140 HP. and the grenades have a chance to do less than one. Oh my god. Grenades have a chance to do 139. They can even do 138, but 138 is insanely rare. But 139 is not rare enough. So the dog has 1 HP now. And so he's using the Braver on the dog, which, yeah, the nice thing about Bravering the dog is that now, now Rufus shoots you, is able to get 3 shots on Cloud, which fills up his limit bar almost full. And then that sets you up really nicely for Motorball. My bad, y'all. He gets 4 shots on you. Right. Because one of them is after the Braver. So 1 after the Braver, 3 after grenades, then the 4th grenade. So there you go. Now at least he's set up for Motorball. And then so here, what we just got the Mithril Armlet drop. Notice the Bronze Bangle has no materia slots. So we put on the Mithril Armlet pretty much specifically for these 2 materia slots. Because then he's going to pop over to materia, and he's going to fill up all 4 materia slots with green materia. And the reason is that every green materia gives you 1 magic. For now, at least. Later, green materia like Destruct later gives you more, but right now we only have access to green materias that give you 1 magic each. But here we go. So loading up on green materia in order to maximize his magic stat, because on the Motorball fight we are going to be using a lot of magic. And then he puts Cloud in the back row because that puts Cloud in the front row for the Motorball fight, which is good because he's probably going to use his limit break on the Motorball fight, and then we want to rebuild a limit break for the Genova Birth fight.
Wow, nice locked-in input game. Dude, this game is completely destroying me right now.
So locked input. He just said he got a locked input. Here's what he's talking about. Right here, I think he meant to just do a quick tap on the right button, but Cloud ran for like 3 frames, which just wasted steps. Sometimes this game does some weird things sometimes where when you release a button, the game just holds it for a couple more frames for no reason. It's very annoying. And so I think that's what he's referring to there. All right, but yeah, Zheal has a lot of records in this game. It's cool to see him get this record back because this is like the game's like flagship category. He also just got the new 100% world record, and then besides that, I believe he has the no major skips record as well, and maybe the all bosses record. So as far as PlayStation categories goes, I think the only one that he doesn't have... Oh, and he's got the any percent... Doesn't he have the any percent record with disc 1 skip as well? Yes. So honestly, I think like... oh, here, let me put that here. I think like the only one that he doesn't have is... Well, slots isn't even really a thing. There's no reason for this to be here. There was... Hang on. Any percent... Oh, because that's turbo. Okay. Luzbel has the JP record. So, there is that. And then before disc 1 skip was a thing, Luzbel also had the slots record. But that kind of became obsolete. So here what he's doing is he is allowing these bikes to do some damage to Tifa. And possibly Barrett also. The reason being that when Motorball does his arm attack, he always does it to the character that has the highest HP. And I'm guessing Zheal wants to use the arm attack to rebuild Cloud's limit break.
And I couldn't like explain further that for a vegetable source is probably really good. But I hope it didn't like break it down for her. That was not my intention.
All right.
But I have time.
So here we go. We got so both things put together. So now, yeah, with Tifa's health lower, now Motorball's first attack is going to be against Barret, and then the second one will be against Cloud instead of Tifa. The reason, and so the thing is, normally Cloud would have higher max HP than Tifa, but loading all of that green materia onto Cloud, each one of them also reduces his max HP by, I think, 2%. And so that's why his HP is so low, and so we need to do that strat to get Tifa's HP a little bit lower. The only way that this could bite him is if he chooses to only do one arm attack on Barret and it misses, then his second phase will also arm attack Barret, but
Yeah,
that's
fire
pretty
is
rare.
definitely a very good point, for sure.
And it didn't happen, alright. So now the thing is, Motorball already has his next turn queued up, but as usual, here, he's just buffering up in circle for Cloud to go boom, queue up this Braver right away. And again, Bravers get prioritized on the turn queue. So whenever I say jam a limit, this is what I'm talking about. The turn order would normally here be Cloud, Barret, Tifa, Motorball again. But instead, it's going to be Cloud, Barret, Tifa, Cloud. Or maybe even early. Cloud might even be earlier before Motorball. So we got 4 turns because of that jammed limit. Boom.
Get ready.
And here he's skipping a grenade just because this is just the strat. Is that when you use that Braver, you save a grenade. Oh yeah. Because the other thing going on about this fight is that Motorball has a certain amount of HP. What is it, 2400 or something? I think he has like 2400 HP. The thing is, once he gets under a certain threshold, there's a certain threshold that if you hit him under while he's hunkered down, he will counterattack you. So we also need to not over damage him. So if we actually pay attention to how much damage we're doing here, this is something that needs to be done during the fight. You want your bolts to be doing less than 223 damage on average. So we saw 214 is extremely safe. This is not over damaging him. And then you got to make sure your Braver doesn't crit. 134, extremely normal Braver damage, so nothing to worry about. Grenades are consistent enough where you don't really need to worry about, you don't really need to count them. 216, normal. So we skip the grenade on that phase. And now we're going to see 2 more bolts that are followed by 2 grenades, and then a 5th bolt. So normal damage on the bolt, followed by 2 grenades. Normal damage. Yep, normal damage on a bolt. Oh yeah, you can't make yourself not crit. You just have to pay attention to whether you crit. If you do get a crit with the Braver, you just skip another grenade. And then here's that 5th bolt. There it is, 210. So, if he had over-damaged here, this would be the attack that would trigger a counter-attack from Motorball. But we know that he didn't because of his damage numbers. So what we'll see is instead, Motorball is going to spend his turn standing up. So during that, we queue up the kill shot.
We should not get a quick kill. The rolls are really bad.
The quick kill he's referring to is if your damage numbers are very close to over damaging him, then this bolt will kill him.
Yeah.
But instead, this grenade kills.
Also, was it?
Do you have to add bolt grenade round per Braver? If you were to Braver multiple times, then that would be the recommendation, yes. You shouldn't Braver multiple times, though, because this limit here is to be saved for Genova Birth.
Was it I actually didn't pay attention. Well, it wasn't horrible. Saved 6 seconds.
And you can make the the bolt grenade skip round be the same as the one where you braver, which is what I do. Like when I start he did bolt grenade braver, and then on round 2 he did just bolt grenade skip. What I do is on the first round I do bolt grenade skip and then add the braver. You can make it it just makes it a little bit easier to think about for me. And I'm just saying you've got leeway to make it make sense. So here he's doing Barrett skip. This is another classic paralysis dodge where there's a cutscene trigger right here, and you can also talk to Barrett. So he's bonking on Tifa to do like a setup to be able to run down and left right onto the spot. However, he didn't get it. He ran a little bit too far, and so he hit the cutscene trigger without talking to Barrett. So here he went forward. Here he YOLO'd another attempt. Oh, whoops. Here we go. Here he YOLO's another attempt, also doesn't get it, and then that time he got it. So you can tell that he got it on this one because Cloud auto running into this position means you hit the cutscene trigger. Barrett turning to you means you talked to Barrett. So on that one he got it. Because he got it, you get this weird glitched out text box that doesn't display properly. And then it makes it so that after this text box, he'll be able to move during the rest of the cutscene. The rest of this cutscene is like a minute long, so it's a really nice skip to get. It saves like an entire minute. So why isn't he going? What he's doing right now is, once again, up on the top right here, this is the... You thought you had to move next to Barrett and buffer from a menu? That is the consistent setup. Yes, if you want to get it 100% of the time, you can run left to bonk into Barrett, run down for 2 frames, and then menu buffer, I believe, down, left, X, and circle, and that'll get the skip every time. But if you want, you can just YOLO every attempt. If you're relatively good at it, you can just keep YOLOing it and you'll get it. So now up on the top right here, this is once again we're about to get into a big explanation. We're about to get into something really important. This is huge. We have to talk about world map manipulations. Not only a world map manipulation, but he's going to do like the super sick arm swing variant. So 130-33, this is actually a very normal Midgar. After those sleeps on the from the fight and the 139 grenade and stuff, this is not a insane Midgar. This is about the same as the Midgar that I got yesterday on my practice run. But we're gonna see the strat he's about to do is about to save like 20 seconds. So let's check it out. Right now, he's looking at his in-game time estimation up here in order to manipulate world map RNG. Because when the world map initializes, it seeds its RNG table based on the current in-game time. And so so he's got a sheet of all of the different in-game times and what RNG patterns they correlate to. So let's see that happen. So
1 left, 2 menus, 2024.
1 left, 2 menus, 2024. So what that means is so we've spawned in, we are here, and we got to talk about a few world map mechanics here. So is this big enough for you guys to read? Probably not. Let's do writer. I haven't opened this in a while though, so it's probably going to want to update. Okay, let's talk about some world map mechanics. So there are a few things that you need to concern yourself with on the world map. There is so world map RNG mechanics. Firstly, there is the RNG table. The RNG table is seeded based on IGT as world map initializes. Yeah? So the whole RNG table, that's how that works. But then there is your RNG index. The RNG index is your current position on the RNG table, and it increments each frame where one of the following things happens. Tunes! How we doing? Let's see. Actually, let me think about this for a second. Oh, yeah. Either a fractions roll over and a battle is checked for, or you pressed left, right, L1, or R1. Each of these things gets it to increment. Another thing that causes it to increment, let's see, also increments when anything else on the world map wants RNG. Those things could be the Midgar Zolom, it could be Ruby weapon spawning. There we go. So these are the things that cause the RNG index to move. So I mentioned fractions here, so let's talk about that. Fractions count up each frame you move, and they roll over to 0 at 17, at which point a battle is checked for. Okay. So here we go. So this is everything. As you load into the world map, the RNG table, the RNG table initializes. Then, as you move around, a battle is checked for every 17 frames, essentially. And each time that happens, your RNG index increments. And it is, and so where your RNG index is on the table is relevant to whether the game is gonna give you a battle, right? A battle is gonna check when this rolls over. What does it check? It checks a random number. What is a random number? Well, it's on the RNG table at the position of the index. Yeah? Yeah. There's a couple other things to talk about. Fractions also start at -140 when world map initializes. So this gives you like 5 seconds of running before you get your first battle check. And then also this is unless you open the menu. Your fractions actually do not increment if you open them. If you're moving and you open the menu for that frame, your fractions don't increment for some reason. Okay, so why am I talking about all of these mechanics? Is we are about to see a really sick strat. First of all, he went onto the world map on a specific IGT in order to seed the RNG table a certain way. Then, what's going to happen? He does a menu while he moves, because that was in order to stop his fractions from incrementing on that one frame. And we'll talk about why in a moment. There's his second menu. He's using his second menu to also do his menu. Like, do his menuing that he needed to do, which was heal the party, back row Tifa and Barrett. Did that just happen as well? No, they were already back road. Did he just heal and go to A to B wait is all? I think so. Now he's counting. And he did another menu. He didn't mention that menu earlier, but he said 22, 24. Did he menu at 22 and 24 arm swings, perhaps? What he is counting here...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
are Cloud's arm swings.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, he said 20 and 24.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. 8, 9, 51 and a half. And we're good.
And he got all the way to Choco Ranch with 0 encounters by doing that. So, what is happening? Here's the deal. So, Ace Zephyr, a while ago, made a Python script that completely simulates the world map RNG behavior. And here it is. So, well, this is part of it. This is another part of it. And this is another part of it. So this simulates the world map behavior. And then I don't think I have the arm swing script that he wrote, but he also wrote another script that brute force looks for a bunch of RNG patterns that are beneficial to us. So let's talk about this. I mentioned earlier that the fractions roll over every 17 frames. Every 17 frames, a battle is checked for. But your RNG index increments every frame that you're pressing one of these buttons. So for a moment, let's ignore this, and let's talk about what happens if you're running up and down. So if we visualize the RNG table as just all we care about is whether or not the resulting number is going to cause a battle, right? So let's say we have a dash just means no battle, and an X means battle. So let's say this is the RNG table, okay? And it's RNG, so I'm just filling it out, you know? Okay, so this is the RNG table. If you were running along up and down, right, what would happen? It would check for a battle, 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 and then at this point, it would give you a battle. On the 6th battle check here, you would get a battle because you hit this RNG, and it was checking them one at a time, and nothing else was nothing. You know, this is assuming you're not near the Midgarzolum and you're only running up and down, right? That makes it so that it's just checking each index one at a time, and then you'll get the battle once you hit one. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, what if you are running left and right though? If you're running left and right, or you're holding L1 and R1 while you're running up and down, then your index is actually moving. It's incrementing every frame. So instead what happens is the game goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And you get this battle. Let's, just to make this easier to understand, though, let's pretend that that's not a bad one. We'll say O to mean that, like, you didn't get a battle. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, no battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, no battle. Let's pretend that this one is a battle to make the example just go a little bit faster. And then now, boom, you would get a battle here. So you see how that works? Where when you're running left and right, it burns through the indices each fraction that passes, and then it's only every 17th index on the RNG table that gets checked for a battle. Yeah? Okay. Let's also pretend that this one is not a battle to make this example easier to illustrate. So now let's talk about this. If you open the menu, then for that frame, your fractions don't count up. So, but the thing is, your RNG index does still increment. So it puts off the battle check for one frame. So what can happen is you can, if you menu for one of these 17 frames of movement, if you menued, that would put your battle check off until perhaps it would put your battle check off to the next index, which, if you've done it correctly, will be one that's not a battle. However, you can't do it too soon though, because if you're trying to menu right here to get rid of this battle, but you menu back here, well, now you just turned this one into a battle, you know? So you can't go too early. You gotta do it at the right time, and then that can be used to skip battles. Do you see? So what he's looking at is he's looking at something that says, like, you know, what was he at? Like 1:33:35 or something was his time, and then it's saying and then first of all, there was the two menus at the start. We'll get into why that is in a moment. And then it was something like 20, 24, 36, something like that. What these are the number of arm swings to count in order to skip these battles. Because the thing is, these battle checks are every 17 frames. Cloud's arm swing animation is about 15 frames. And so if you count down to the arm swing, you should get within your windows here, but you can also do he also does half swings just in case, to get a little bit more granular. And that is how we know, because first of all, Ace Zephyr wrote the script that brute forces every single IGT looking at what the table would look like, and then the way that and then what checks you would have to menu in between in order to avoid battles, and then it translates that time-wise into arm swings, and it outputs something like this. It outputs a sheet that's like this, but it has a bunch of different times on it that each have different arm swings and different things to do, one for each IGT. And so then as the runner, you just have to look at this and then perform it. Does that make sense? So each of these menus, each of these menus has to be in a certain window of arm swings, and if he does it too early, he'll create a fight that he wouldn't have gotten if he didn't menu. And if he does it too late, well, then he'll just get the battle that the menu is trying to avoid. So each one of them is as small as a 17 frame window, but it can be a larger window. How can it be a larger window? Because let's say that this isn't a battle and this is. Now, if this was what the table looked like, that would mean that you can that menuing here would be too early. It would cause a battle right here. But you could menu here, or you could menu here in order to get rid of this battle, and it won't affect this one because both of these are not a battle, right? So for this one, you would have a 34 frame window. Does that make sense? So yeah, that's how this works. That is the super sick arm swing 0 encounter traversal to Choco Ranch. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, let me explain the 2 menus at the start thing. There is a bit of an issue that happens. Like this particular world map manip is a little bit more complicated. You notice that right here, before he starts running to the right, he does 1 frame tapping left. Why is that? The reason is that after he starts going right here and does his 2 menus...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
About right here, somewhere approximately about right here, the Midgar-Zolom AI activates. And so how the Midgar-Zolom AI works is every once in a while, wherever your RNG index is, the Midgar-Zolom will then increment the world map RNG for itself in order to get a number that decides something about how its AI works. And part of that also decides how many frames it's going to be before the next time that the Midgar-Zolom wants to check the RNG table again. So it's extremely important during this manip that the Midgar-Zolom AI ticks are also controlled and expected, and that is also something that Ace's world map simulator accounts for. And so the tap left before going right was in order to manipulate what the it just controls where your RNG index is when the Zolom activates. And so depending on how many left inputs you do, or how many menus you do, or how many down inputs you do before you start going right, that will change the Zolom's behavior in order to line up a different way. So it's actually possible that a single IGT can have multiple manips that have a different instruction at the start. Because they all just interact with the Zolom in a different way that then has a different manip following. So, for example, do I have... Oh, hey, here actually here's the sheet right here. Do we have the manip that he just did? No, it doesn't look like it's on here, actually. Cool. I don't know who made this. I don't actually know who made this this sheet. It might have been Kuma, but it might have been Zheal also. But anyway, so yeah, so this is the sheet that I'm talking about, and this is exactly what I just described. Is that you go on this certain IGT. If you're on this IGT, that means you do this. You do these instructions, and then you do these arm swings you have to menu at. There you go. All right. And yo, Ace, how's it going? Any questions? I should try to beat Zheal's record. I mean, I would if I was streaming more, but I've got a kid now, so I'm semi-retired from actually running the game. Okay. Now that we have world map manipulations out of the way, we can move on.
8.
Here we have to buy the Choco Lure materia from Chocobilly because we are going to have to purchase catch a Chocobo. So here he is menuing just before, just at the edge of the screen. The reason being is so that he can do another world map manipulation, so he can look at his IGT here. But first we have to equip Choco Lure. And then what else did he put on just now? Ah, Steel on Tifa. Okay. I like that. So he went at 132.09. Do I have this sheet? Nah, man, I don't have like any of these sheets on this computer, unless it's here. Nope. That's fine. So once again, the world map RNG is seeded based on in-game time. So he left at an in-game time where we know that if you just run in circles like this, just holding right and R1, and you menu after, I believe that was 2.5 swings. I think this is the MC special, isn't it? 132.09. So after 1 spin, 2 spins, 2.5 spins, you do a menu. Once again, now we know how this affects RNG.
Does menu reset the encounter rate? No, manipulating the RNG on the world map if your movement is consistent, depending on the.
And that gets us this particular battle, which is ideal. We get a Chocobo to catch, and we have 2 Mandragoras. Mandragoras are very good because, first of all, they don't do anything except for counterattacks, so they're not going to attack us. And secondly,
it is very
they die to a single grenade each, so they're very quick to dispatch, and we can very safely catch a Chocobo.
1 hour.
Now, the thing about the menus, I gotta take a little bit of credit here. Where is Ranch Choco menus? So this script originally, Ace Zephyr wrote the script to find a Chocobo, and then I wrote this version of it that checks for the menus when you do a spin, which we got to give credit to Morningcraft for being the person who developed the strat of menuing. Before, we never bothered with menus for the Chocobo catch because of the Midgar Zolom. We thought because the Zolom is here, it's going to be too inconsistent to use menus because we don't know when he's ticking them. We just know that, like, it's good. The script finds Chocobos with the Midgar Zolom's existence, and that's good enough. But then it turned out to not be good enough because between 132, like 03 and 21 or something, there was this huge gap that we would always fall into where we had to wait like 15 seconds for our Chocobo, which sucked. So Morningcraft was like, fuck it, I'm going to brute force finding a spot, finding a time where I can incorporate a menu that makes it work. And it did work. And he got world record on a run where he used that strat. So then I was like, oh shit, I'm going to expand the script and write it to where it finds spots where you can incorporate a menu that has a nice 10 frame window where we know that the Zolom tick won't mess with you. And so now we do menus after a certain number of spins on our Chocobo
30
catches.
minutes and 35 seconds. And that seeded the world map with a very specific RNG.
It's time to talk about column skip.
I had then.
So why did we catch a Chocobo to run? You might be asking, why do we catch a Chocobo to run across the swamp, even though you can run across the swamp without a Chocobo if you're good? The reason is the Chocobo does much more than get us across the swamp.
Specific movement pattern.
Let's check it out.
And menu
Firstly,
specific position.
He's going to dismount the Chocobo at a relatively precise spot here, but not all that precise. What's important is that Cloud is touching a certain spot on the ground. Do I have the resources to talk about this the way that I want to? Let's see. Hang on. I gotta find a certain thing that's on the Discord here real quick. And how's everybody going, by the way? Everybody just joining. I hope you guys are enjoying the full walkthrough. Let's see. Okay, so in the Discord, in the resources channel, at like the very top of it, I think there is a there is a map. Wombert knows exactly where we're going with this. Aha! Okay, okay, hang on. We have an enormous download. We got it. Okay. This is the FF7 world map. Now, you might notice that it's made of triangles, as 3D things generally are. Here is Midgar, right? No, this is Fort Condor, sorry. Here's Fort Condor. Here's where we are right now. This is the little patch of grass in front of Mithril Cave. Here's the swamp, Choco Ranch. All right. So there's a couple things going on here. First thing that you'll see is it's made of triangles. Second thing you'll see there are red triangles. The red triangles are triangles that have scripts on them. And then you'll notice the grid. The grid are the chunks that the world map loads in. As in the thing is that there's not enough RAM in the PlayStation to load the entire world map at once. So instead it gets loaded in and out in chunks. And the chunks that it loads are dependent on where you are standing and where the camera is pointed. No Name, thank you for the super chat. Taking off the rest of the day to check some of this out. So yeah, so the world map is loaded in chunks at a time, depending on where you're standing, as well as where the camera's pointed. And so we are going to see some very important things happen in just a moment here. Here's the deal, is that the game, when it does its hit detection, the chunks are also used for hit detection. So if you're standing somewhere in here, here's kind of how the game works, is the game keeps track of the last 6 triangles that Cloud has stood on. And so when it wants to run its hit detection for whether you are allowed to stand where you are standing, the game does like a process. And Ace can correct me if I'm wrong. I'll probably be wrong about some kind of detail here, but I'm going to do my best here. The first thing it does is it checks the last 6 triangles, or it checks the list of triangles that it keeps that Cloud recently stood on, and checks those first. The very first thing it looks at is Cloud still standing on one of the most recent 6 triangles that he's been on? And if he is, awesome, we're done. We don't have to do any more calculation. If he's not standing on one of the most recent 6, then it goes through a process of just top to bottom, one after another, every single triangle within the chunk, it checks. Is he standing on this one? Is it 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 this one? It goes through every single one of them until it finds the one that he's on. And at that point, then it will say, now that it finds this triangle, it says, can he stand on this? Yes, awesome. Let him move on to it, and then put it into his pointers. Or what it'll do is, let's say we're trying to move on to this triangle, right? This one right here. From this one, we're bumping into this line right here. What it'll do is it'll check his most, we're trying to move into like this spot, and it will check his most recent triangles. It'll see that he's not standing on them. It'll put them all it'll then check all the triangles one by one. And when it gets to this one, it'll be like, nah, he can't stand there. So put him on the edge of it and add this triangle to his most recent list. That way, if you're like repeatedly pressing up against it, it doesn't have to check every triangle every single frame. It just keeps checking these two that he's recently been on and seeing that, yeah, you can't go there. Just keep putting him on the edge. Right? Does all this make sense? That's kind of how it works? What this does is it just prevents the game from having to cycle through the list of every triangle every single frame. It keeps a list of your most recent interactions and checks those first. And there you go. It also only checks triangles within the chunk that you're in so that it doesn't have to check too many triangles, right? All of these things are done to just speed up and you know, yeah, to optimize the per frame hit detection calculations. Okay? Okay. Now here's the thing is working with limitations, they managed to make a pretty robust game. The game has a lot of glitches, but you'll only come across very few in a casual playthrough. Yeah, but we're about to find a big one. We are about to describe two major flaws in the programming here that creates one of our favorite glitches in the whole game called cloud surfing. So the first issue with this whole system is that the game does not update or clear out Cloud's last 6 triangles when Cloud gets off of, or when Cloud is on a Chocobo. For some reason, when he's on the buggy, when you're in the high wind, it clears that stuff out. But with the Chocobo, it doesn't. So what he's doing here, oh my gosh, I gotta disable that hotkey, dude. Right next to the hotkey of full screen is the hotkey to go to the beginning. Hang on. Spoilers. And yo, Blink. Okay. So the first thing he does is he gets off the Chocobo in this particular spot because he is trying to stand on a specific triangle here.
To manipulate the RNG so
then
that I'm not
he gets back on the Chocobo, which means that this triangle that the game is remembering, this triangle that the game is remembering is not going to update for the amount of time that he's on the Chocobo.
Encounters.
Then he starts moving.
And
and he moves in a specific specific pattern here. Okay, so what did that pattern do? What that pattern did is it traversed the different chunks in a specific order. And what that did was it got the game to unload this area, this chunk out of RAM, and it loaded some other chunk up here into its place. And then we come back. And we come back, now this chunk is loaded into a different spot in RAM, and there's a different chunk loaded into the spot in RAM that this one used to occupy. And the reason is that when the game remembers the triangle that Cloud was standing on, it doesn't identify, like, it does identify that we're in the same chunk as we were in before, but when it looks for the triangle, it doesn't find this chunk's new place in RAM. It looks in the original place in RAM, which now has a different chunk in it. And the issue is, and the issue with it, though, is that different chunks have, I believe, different numbers of triangles in them, and it's possible that the data that it's looking at is not necessarily triangle data that we want. It's not even necessarily triangle data anymore. It might be vertex data. And so when And so the data that it looks at, that it interprets as a triangle, it might end up interpreting as a triangle whose all 3 vertices are in the exact same point. It doesn't need to be that. Only their X and Y, or maybe it's X and Z, whichever axes are this way, and not caring about sky to ground, whichever those two axes are, all 3 vertices might be in the same exact point from a bird's eye view in the way that it is now interpreting the triangle that it's checking. So once again, what's happening? Cloud is going to get off the Chocobo, and the game, because we're in this chunk, it's going to say, before I look at the triangles to see if Cloud is able to stand here, first, I'm going to look at the most recent 6 triangles that Cloud stood on. Oh, there's this one on the list. Let's look at it. But the data that it's looking at is telling it that it is a triangle that is infinitely, not just infinitely small, but literally 0 area. So what happens? What happens when that happens is it activates another bug in the game's programming, which is that when the game runs hit detection against a triangle of 0 area, it always returns a positive, yes, Cloud is on that triangle result. It returns yes, Cloud is in fact touching that triangle that is that is 0 area. And so what that means is you have a triangle that instead of being 0 area, instead that triangle is infinitely large. But remember, the game only looks at triangles that are within the chunk that you're in. So it actually only gives you a triangle that gives you 100% free movement within this chunk. Because as long as we are in this chunk now, every single frame, the game is going to look at that one triangle that has now been corrupted into 0 area, and it's going to say, yes, he's on that triangle, and it's not going to look at anything else. So let's see that happen. Boom. Now, here's the thing, is that the garbage data that it's looking at is also causing it to make Cloud float up in the air. So Cloud is floating up in the air, but that is because he's not standing on the edge. He's not standing on the edge of this grass right here. He is standing a few meters up above the Chocobo. He's standing right here, just in the air. And so now we have free movement in this chunk. So the next thing that we do is where we're trying to get is over here. We're trying to run through the mountain. The problem, though, is that this chunk is different. So our free movement triangle does not extend into this chunk. So what he does is bumps into one over here. He runs down like this and bumps right here and then goes back to the Chocobo. So what that did is, I think it's this triangle, but I'm not positive. It might be this one. It might be this one. Details schmetails. He bumped into it. So what happened on that frame was the game ran its hit detection for this chunk. It went through all the triangles. It found this one. It said he can't stand on that one, but load it into Cloud's triangle list. So now it's back to the Chocobo. It's once again some movement. That movement once again unloads and reloads chunks. So that loaded this chunk out of RAM and something else into its spot. Something where now, when he gets off this Chocobo, it's still looking for this triangle. It still says this triangle is zeroed out, and so we have all free movement. But now, when he runs left and he gets to this chunk, Boom. This frame right here. Boom. That frame right there, what's happening is now, when he gets into this chunk, before it goes through all the triangles, it tries to check this one. Because this one he bumped into, so it's in Cloud's list, but it's not actually looking at this chunk anymore. It's looking at the location in RAM that this triangle used to be in, and it is once again seeing garbage data that is resulting in a 0 area triangle that always returns, yes, Cloud is allowed yes, Cloud is, not only is Cloud allowed to stand there, but also it's grass, and he's, not only is Cloud touching that triangle, is that the one that he's standing on, but it's grass, so he's allowed to be on it, and it's in the Midgar area. Just so you know, also, the garbage data that it reads thinks that it's in the Midgar area. So if you were to get a battle, you get a Midgar battle. That's just a fun little tidbit as well. And so that means that we now have infinite free movement within these two chunks, which allows him to run all the way through the mountain here, which we see right there.
Nice.
There you go. And so what does this achieve? It lets us get to Junon without ever having gone to Calm. And that... Oh my god, I did it again. That's Calm Skip. Any questions about Calm Skip? Whew. All right. There's the bump. Here's the runaround.
Goodbye, spaghetti. Nice.
And then there he is through the mountain. Diagonal movement, I haven't talked about this yet. Diagonal movement is 5% faster than straight up and down movement. Here's the deal. If you're only pressing one direction on the D-pad, Cloud moves 60 units per frame. But if you're holding two directions on the D-pad, he moves 45 units in both axes. But we can do math, right? 45 squared plus 45 squared. What's the square root of that? Oh my god, it's more than 60. It's about 5% more than 60. So there you go. He moves 5% faster when you're moving when you're doing two directions on the D-pad. So what he's doing now is he's holding up and left to get that 5% faster movement, and then also holding R1 to counter rotate the camera right. Holding left is making the camera try to turn left, and then holding R1 is counter-rotating it right, so you just get this nice straight shot. And then if he wants to move the camera left, all he has to do is unpress R1 and then repress it right. And then if he wants to move the camera right, he just needs to feather the left. Could you theoretically get a Chocobo and do another skip somewhere else this way? Oh my god, you just reminded me that there is another thing to talk about.
Goodbye, spaghetti.
Notice that when Cloud gets off the Chocobo here, the Chocobo doesn't run away. Normally, when you get off of a Chocobo, it runs away. But instead, we get this text box. Cloud says, "I got the feeling I'm forgetting something." And then he turns to the Chocobo and says, "Hey, would you stay there just a minute? What's the deal with this?" Remember when I said that red triangles have scripts on them? All of these triangles have a script on them that tells the Chocobo, that activates a bit in memory that says if if you have not been to Calm yet, right? If you've not been to Calm yet and you are here, then tell the Chocobo to stay. The reason being that if you go into Mithril Mines, the party stops you and says, hey, you got to go back to Calm. We haven't been to Calm yet. The rest of the party is waiting for us there. Go to Calm. And then they turn you around. But if you were a casual player in the eyes of the developer, if the Chocobo had run away, you would now be stuck on this side of the mesh, and you can't get back to Calm because there's the Midgarzolem in the way. So they specifically programmed this one bit in memory they made this script. They made this script to say if you haven't been to Calm yet, then all of these triangles activate this bit that tells the Chocobo to stay so that you can get back on it and leave. And then these triangles out here turn that bit back off. So when you go back out here, the Chocobo will run away when you get off of it. Here's the thing, though, is even if this bit is active and you get to the other side of the mountain and now you're over here, you can catch a Chocobo over here and continue doing the trick. But as soon as you enter Junon, it increases your game moment, and then it makes that script no longer work. So yeah, so as soon as you get to the point of the game where you're not supposed to go to Calm, the Chocobo will not stay anymore because that's what it's dependent on. And there is theoretically a TAS, actually not even theoretically, just straight up literally, a TAS is able to catch a Chocobo in this area and then cloud surf across the ocean to get over to Coral. But it's not going to be possible for a human to do due to several factors. Well, at least not in a way that would save time in a speedrun. You could do it by menu buffering every single frame of movement so that the game never checks for a battle. Even if you do that, though, here's the thing, is that as far as we know right now, the way to do it requires a unit specific map position. Like literally a precise down to the map unit on both the X and Y axis. You have to get your character in order to hit one, in order to bump the right triangle in one spot. So what we're saying is it's technically possible to do it, but the only way to do it as a human would not be fast enough for it to save time in a speedrun, as far as we know right now. But okay, so that's that. And now we can't manipulate the world map from here because, like I was saying, with all of that stuff earlier about like RNG index and like controlling which things you're on here, the thing is, the world map RNG seeded based on when we came out of the Chocobo battle, which is not very controllable. Not very controllable. And all of this movement would have to be way more precise, and it would have to all be frame perfect because the Midgarzolem is interacting with RNG index while you're doing all of this. And so what all of that means is it is unfeasible to manipulate world map RNG to stop us from getting into a fight in the mountain or on the way to Junon.
At least no soft lock.
And yo, Jonathan Tompkins. And yeah, as far as FF7 knowledge goes, I mean, the thing is, I learned it all from other folks for the most part, you know. I wouldn't know half of what I did if it weren't for Aceph specifically. That guy actually knows a lot and is extremely patient with me in all the questions that I've asked him.
Then you don't need to miss it anymore.
And Yo Night Sprites. What do I think about Part 3 remake? I am just 100% entirely apathetic to the remake. I have zero interest in it.
No, nice.
Get ready?
Ooh, that's very good. Okay,
You know what else I have zero interest in? And I was already talking about this the other day. But, man, GTA 6, I'm off the wagon on. I got no interest in GTA 6. Because there was another thing. I was saying the other day when I did a run, I was talking about GTA 6 and I was saying that it's funny how this one game is doing everything that people hate all in one game. It's $80. It's got a $20 day one DLC of stuff that should be in the game. It's got no physical edition. It's what was the other thing? It's a timed exclusive, right? They're doing every shitty thing that everybody hates all in one game. And then there was another thing that I had forgotten to even talk about that I was gonna bring up. Oh shit, and now I don't remember what it was again. There was another funny thing, but oh well, I don't remember. But yeah. My whole thing with GTA is that like I really the last GTA that I really liked was GTA 4, but even that one I don't even like it anymore. Like, I somewhat recently tried to sign up, or tried to replay GTA 4, and I was just like, man, I am bored. This game is extremely boring. And I'm not even into it anymore, you know? However, the thing is, when GTA 4 came out, honestly, when 3 came out, it was so revolutionary, you know, just unbelievably industry-changing game, you know? And then when 4 came out, it was so revolutionary, industry-changing game, you know? When 5 came out, I didn't feel like it was that impactful. I thought that it was GTA 4 again with some extra new stuff. Yeah, the map was bigger. Yeah, the way that you switched between characters was kind of neat, but I wasn't that into it. However, people are really into that GTA Online. I feel like for people who are into GTA Online, especially the roleplay servers, I think for them, GTA 5 was just as impactful as 4 and 3 were. Because GTA roleplay is just such a, like, there are people where that's the game that they play. You know what I mean? You know that, like, there are a lot of people that are one game Andes, right? There are people who only play World of Warcraft. They only play Call of Duty. They only play Madden, right? And there are people who only play GTA roleplay. So there is that. Now, the thing about GTA 6 is that if it has that element, if it has that spark of it does something that's like, holy shit, this is actually moving the industry forward, then I might still play it, right? Because I love video games. And so if it's doing something truly revolutionary, that's like, I need to experience this, or I am literally missing out on like an extremely important part of my favorite hobby, right? Well, then I'm going to play it. Of course, that's interesting. But I don't know, right? If it's not that, if it's not literally the next step in gaming, I don't think I'm interested in it. But yeah, there we go. Anyway, sorry, somebody said, did I see that Take-Two's stock dropped because they only increased the price to $80? That's actually not that surprising to me, because the Take-Two CEO, I think it was the CEO, he was saying some wild shit. that made it sound like the game was going to be $100. It was either going to be $100 base, or like it was going to be like $1 an hour, right? I remember that CEO was talking as if GTA 6 was just going to be like $1 an hour globally for everybody. He was going to shift the whole paradigm, you know? And so I could see the shareholders expecting that the game was going to be more expensive. But yeah. GTA 3 was your first sandbox game and blew your mind as a kid, but you prefer the vibe of Vice City? You're 100% right on both things. Yeah, totally. Like, yeah, GTA 3 was unbelievable when it came out, right? And then Vice City was just a complete improvement on it in every way. But all right. Anyway. So here, basically here, we don't need any of this shit. We can just sell all of it for a bunch of money. The nut was a random drop that gives us a bit of extra. We need some potions for later in the game. He buys 11. We need some grenades. We need to restock our grenades here. And so he buys probably 34. 34, yep.
All right, the bottoms well.
Oh yeah, the Vice City shirt you get for 100%. And yeah, as far as turn-based games go, Expedition 33, I'm sure is going to cause like a little bit of an uptick in turn-based games coming out. But I mean, the thing is, like, here's the deal about turn-based games, all right, is that they've been around. We've got games like Metaphor, we've got games like Chained Echoes, right? There's plenty of turn-based games that are still coming out. The only people who aren't making turn-based games are AAA companies, and the thing is, we don't care about AAA games. AAA games suck, so I don't care if they're turn-based or not.
Was very bad. Hey, maybe we get some good RNG here now.
So here, the deal with this boss is we really want to poison him. We need to poison him within 4 tries. And honestly, if you're going for world record, you need to poison him within 2 tries. And so if he doesn't get the second try here, that'll just go to show like that he's against all odds. Is materia smuggling allowed in the 90% run? No, because that requires you to load a file that was not created during the run. So actually, let me answer your question more precisely. Yes, materia smuggling is allowed, but only using save files that were created after the timer started. And so it wouldn't save you time. It would lose you a lot of time to do it, you know? It only saves you time if you're allowed to load files that were created in advance, which is not allowed. Like a Dragon is AAA. If Yakuza, oh my god, if Like a Dragon is considered AAA, then all right, you got me on that one. That game is awesome. Second try bio not getting the poison is very bad. This is actually nuts that he's gonna turn this into a world record, because this is lousy RNG. Here's the third bio. Wow. I'm kind of flabbergasted that this is gonna end up being world record. This is crazy bad RNG. He's not even going for the 4th poison? Okay, this is actually different than I've ever seen this strat done. Am I nuts, or did he not go for the 4th poison? Let me start over and check. I'm very surprised about that. So here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. He just does grenades and limits after 3 poison attempts. That's crazy. Oh, and now he's going for the bio. That's wild.
Oh boy. A poison.
It must be faster to do it that way. Because, you know, the thing is, I trust that he's workshopped all of this and decided this is the best way to do it. But I don't know exactly why. AAA developers are typically people who are passionate about the game, but they work for people who aren't. I'm starting to think that that's not even the case lately. I mean, I'm sure that it's the case a lot of the time, but I don't know, man. It seems like there are a lot of actual AAA developers that are more interested in, like, well, I don't know. It does get into the whole, like, it gets into quite a can of worms. But I would say that a lot of the time you're right, and a lot of the time, yes, the worst thing about AAA gaming is not the developers, it's the shareholders, right? But you know what's funny about that, though, about saying that the developers are good, the shareholders are bad, is that we have been entering a time period now where it seems like, what are we seeing in the news all the time lately? I feel like we're not really seeing games that are bad because of shareholders lately. It seems like we're seeing games that are bad because they're made for nobody, and then the studios get shut down because of shareholders. You know what I mean? Like, as in, I'm talking about your Concords and your and those kinds of games, right? Just games where it's like it's bizarre. You're trying to figure out, like, who is the game made for. It seems like they are deliberately making the game not for gamers, but rather for this, like, this non-existent other audience that doesn't show up and doesn't buy the game, and then the studio gets shut down because they're not making enough money for the shareholders, right? And so like, one thing that I think isn't talked about enough necessarily is that, let's take Bungie for example, right? Just for a moment. But what's this? How many people just got fired from Bungie? Was it 400 or was it 200? Half their staff just got laid off, and I can't remember if that's 200 people or if that's 400 people. But the thing is, like, if you, let's say it's 200 people, in order to just make my point less exaggerated. If your team is 400 people, it becomes your responsibility for those people's livelihood. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes everybody's responsibility to keep each other employed. If you are a small indie developer, if you're a small team making a passion project, right? That's where good games come from. Because it is, you make it out of passion, and if the project fails, well, you did your best, you followed your dreams, you know, oh well, right? And I think that that's where good games come from, because that's where risks are taken, and that's where, you know, and a lot of the time good games come out of big risks and that kind of thing, right? That's where we get art. When your team gets that big, when you've got 400 people on your team, it starts to become, like, morally objectionable to take a risk, you know? Because at that point, you are responsible for this many employees' salaries, right? We're not really talking about an artful passion project anymore. Now we are talking about an industry product that is being created by employees with salaries. And at that point, you need to sell to the audience. You need to sell, you need to appeal to the masses in order to keep your people employed. And so that's just something that's been wild to me. What I've been seeing so much lately around the industry are games that are made by these huge companies that are taking massive risks that are in order to appeal to what seems to be a very small market, and then they get their studio shut down. And it's been wild. It's happening over and over again, you know? But yeah, meanwhile, you've got stuff like Mina the Hollower, Mugenics, Slay the Spire 2, right? Expedition 33. These are games that are made by smaller companies that are able to do their passion project, and then if it pops off, you get a great game, and if it pops off, then that's great. And like my bigger opinion about it is that I don't think that a company should get to 400 people in the first place. Sorry, I've gotten away from the verification, and now we're on to Dash's soapbox hour. But honestly, I think that instead of 400 people working on 1 or 2 games, that being Destiny 2 and Marathon in my specific example here, you need to split that company into 8 teams of 50 people each, right? Give me 8 games that are each made by 50 people, and one of those games will probably pop off and pay for all of them, right? I feel like that is how you would actually make it with kind of that big of a thing. But I don't know, That's just how I feel about it. It's like the Bloomberg approach, right? You guys know about Bloomberg, how they fund all of these small horror movies, and then every once in a while, one of them pops off and more than pays for all of them, right? And that's what Devolver Digital was doing before they went public, and now they're struggling, which that's kind of wild also, right? But yeah, anyway. But yeah. The overall, like, the wild trend we've been seeing is that, yeah, when there is a large team, it grinds away any one person's vision, and you usually get a game that has no vision. I think the exceptions are like a Kojima game, right? Kojima Studios, I think, is pretty large, and they still make games that really stand out and clearly have a vision behind them. But Kojima is the exception, right? He is the wonder child. So rather, though, when you have a big studio, yeah, you end up with a game that seems to have no vision. And the thing is, like, that is fine if you're making Call of Duty, right? If you're making Madden, if you're making FIFA. A game that doesn't need a vision because its core audience is your lowest common denominator, widest, biggest net in order to capture just a huge normal audience, right? And that's fine. But it seems like we're seeing we're seeing that kind of thing lately that doesn't appeal to as, like, we're seeing the same size teams try to make games that aren't for the biggest possible audience, and it's not working out. But yeah, anyway, that's my whole rant. Is Kojima considered indie by definition? Not if he's making a game for Sony, you know. Like Death Stranding was published by Sony, wasn't it? Publisher Sony, yeah. And 505 also, though, apparently. So, like, in my opinion, this means not indie, right? But the definition of indie gets a little bit muddled. Like, for example, here's a complicated one. Expedition 33, publisher Kepler, right? So they got funding from Kepler. Does that mean they're not indie? Well, Kepler is a let's see. Funding from NetEase. Okay, I mean that's pretty anti-indie. But they, let's see. Like Kepler being a private company, and the thing is that the things that Kepler funds, everybody would generally call indie. Like Sifu, Scorn, right? In general. But it's really on the line though. I would definitely understand somebody saying that if a Kepler game is not indie, you know? But yeah. So right. So like what is truly indie? This is truly indie, right? Developer and publisher are the same thing. However, the funny thing about that explanation is, what about this? Is Mario Odyssey an indie game then because Nintendo self-publishes? Technically, yeah. But it is maybe this isn't indie because, well, actually, is Nintendo a private or public company? Now that I think about it, I mean, we're way off topic now, but like, Nintendo is public. Okay, so maybe if they're a publicly traded company, then that makes them not indie. Can we agree on that, right? So okay. So here's my working definition of indie, is that the game is self-published by a private company. Or by a not by a publicly traded company, right? Because of course you got stuff like Mugenics, right? That's just this right here is as indie as it gets. They don't even have a name for the company. It's just these two guys. You know what I mean? There are big video game companies that aren't publicly traded. Well, which one of them is self-publishing a game? What's a not publicly traded game company that also self-publishes their own developed games? Game Freak? I don't think that they self-publish, do they? Because they're just a developer. Ah, here we go. Little Town Hero. Okay, so Little Town Hero is an indie game, in my opinion. Now, it's made by the same developers as Pokemon, but this is them going indie for one game, right? Does that make sense? And I don't think that there's a budget threshold. I think if you are Elon Musk and you want to spend $500 million on a developer to if you want to make a game company and then spend $500 million developing a game and publishing it, it's an indie game. You are an independent man who just happens to have $500 million. You know what I mean? Yo, Blue Harvey. I'm just using him as an example because he has like $1 trillion or something. But yeah, I don't think that there's a personally. I don't think that there's a budget aspect to it. Actually, litigating the definition of indie is a waste of time for idiots. I don't know. I think it's somewhat interesting to talk about definitions. You know, and is Mario Odyssey an indie game? The answer is no. I told you that the answer is no, and I gave a reason. You know, this is what I'm saying. I think if your game is published by the same people who developed it and it's not a public company, that's my definition of an indie game. That's what I'm going with until I'm proven wrong. And there we go. Like, I think it's somewhat fun to discuss. And no more. If more than 3 people worked on that game, I ain't interested. Oh, okay. I missed one of your comments. Gotcha. Instead of talking about the definitions, ask yourself, is game X indie? What answer would actually help them to get what they probably want? Okay, let me reread that because I lost it. What answer would actually help them to get what they probably want? I guess I don't know what you mean. You're just saying, you're basically telling, like, what I'm understanding from what you said is just answer the question based on what's convenient for you at the time. Like, if you want Expedition 33 to get indie game of the year, then you say it's indie, but if you don't want it to be eligible, then it's not indie. I mean, I feel like that's that's not really what I'm going for, but I feel like I have to have just misunderstood what you're saying. And No Name, how are we doing? Thanks for the $5 super chat. You've got an FF7 story. I mean, you know, you can type it in chat. I don't mind. But all right. Anyway, back to the FF7 run. Maybe we'll have more to say about the other topic, but let's get a little bit more into this run while we do the same thing. This you put 41 breaths in, and that's fine. Indie's a fuzzy term. Yeah, that's why we're talking about it. If indie wasn't a fuzzy term, then there wouldn't be a discussion, right? We're having a discussion and we're debating what the definition should be because it's fuzzy. But as a person who says I like indie games, probably wants certain games to be recommended to them and not others. Okay, I got you. Yes, I understand totally what you mean. Yes, you're saying that, like, if you have a general idea in your head of games that you like, and as a blanket statement you say, I prefer indie games, which I'm one of those people, right? I like, very much in general, what are my game tastes? I like indie games and I like retro games, and that's about it, right? Both of those terms are somewhat fuzzy in a way that allows for some games that allows for some games that you wouldn't expect and doesn't allow for some games that you wouldn't expect, right? If someone says, I like retro games, for example, well then I think a game like Demon's Souls is a good recommendation. Even though a lot of people wouldn't call PS3 retro, some people would at this point, but my point is that when Demon's Souls was okay, let's go back to 2009. When Demon's Souls was a brand new game, people who like retro games would like Demon's Souls because it's extremely retro in a lot of its game design philosophies, and it plays a lot like a retro game. You know what I mean? I agree with you as far as that goes, where it's like, where if we're talking about game recommendations, then yeah, you kind of think about these terms in a slightly different way. But you know, that doesn't mean that we would actually call Demon's Souls a retro game. You know, It's just got a lot of the same design sensibilities.
Also, breathe now? Or did I do 1 time 5? I don't even know. Felt weird.
We're getting into semantics. Yeah. Semantics are fun sometimes. Sometimes they're annoying. I feel like we had some time for some semantics there though, and it was fun.
For 2 times and then you go like a mini chest compression again?
Retro, I feel like retro is even harder to define. Let me tell you my definition of retro. My definition of retro, and here's the thing, is that it doesn't work. It doesn't really work. And we're gonna poke holes in it immediately. But here's how I think of it. I think of it as put the game in and play it. The game I can hold the game in my hand, and on the disc is the game data. And I can put this disc into my system, and the system reads the game off of the disc and plays it. We don't gotta download a patch. We don't gotta connect to the internet. There's no DLC. We just put the game into the system and it plays. And that's a retro game for me. Now the thing is that does still apply to some new games. Let me give you an example. Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey is on my shelf back there, and the game is on the cartridge. I don't gotta download a patch. I could just put it into the system. We're not on the internet, and we can play it, right? So, like, does that mean that Mario Odyssey is a retro game? Well, this very much goes into what Cannibal Holocaust was saying, which is like, no one would really say that Mario Odyssey is a retro game. But if you like retro games, you probably will like Mario Odyssey, you know? And then, yeah, the other kind of big issue with what I'm saying is a lot of PC games as well. Like, tons of PC games it doesn't necessarily work for. But I don't know, it kind of does. But yeah, so, you know, I don't know. That's kind of generally how I feel about retro stuff, though. If I did need to draw a line and say what is my timeline expectation, I would say if the expectation is that the game is in standard definition, like take every console in your head, right? If the expectation is that the console is going to run in 480p or smaller, that's a retro system. And if not, it's a new system, right? So what am I talking about? GameCube. The expectation of a GameCube game is that it's either going to be 480i or 480p. That's retro. The expectation of a PS2 game, 480i, 480p. It's retro. The expectation of a PS3 game, 720p. That's modern. But now we've got Wii. Wii is funny because the PS3 and the 360 both are modern systems that the expectation is that the games run at 720p or higher, but the Wii was the same generation and that only went up to 480p. So does that mean that the Wii is retro? Well, yes, actually it does, because what are the other differences? PS3 and 360 games also had to install onto your hard drive. They always had to download patches. They had motherfucking online passes. Do you guys remember online passes where a game that you buy brand new had a fucking code that you had to put into the online store to unlock a portion of the game because they wanted to get rid of used game sales? Do you guys remember that? Well, that didn't affect the Wii. The Wii was still in the old school bubble at that point, and the other systems were not. So yes, the Wii is retro, even though it released later than the PS3 and the 360, which aren't. And that's that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? The Wii does 16 by 9, yeah, but so does the PS2. The funny thing about 16 by 9 is that pre 720p, 16 by 9 actually doesn't even really look that good. Like it, I think if you're in like 480 resolution, 16 by 9 actually just kind of crams more data into this, or they cram more screen space into the same amount of data, so the horizontal resolution doesn't even like look super good. But once we get to 720p, then 16 by 9 starts actually looking good. Thoughts on Steam Machine? Yes, actually. I had a Twitter post kind of pop off yesterday, and by pop off, I'm talking about my definition as a nobody. Which is that it got let's see, it got 63 likes. That's a big deal for me. And so what was the post? I said that Steam Machine is a funny thing for me because I'm not getting one, but the reason isn't that I think it's a bad idea or I don't like it. On the contrary, I like the idea of the Steam Machine so much that I built one like 12 years ago. This is my computer, right? It's got a PS2 on top of it, but like 12 years ago, when Steam said that they were doing the Steam Machine and it was going to have Steam OS on it, I thought, damn, that is a great idea. So and also, I happen to just be someone who's a big fan of cubes that play games. So, again, this is 12 or 13 years ago. I got this Corsair case that is a cube. I got a cube computer case for my new PC build, and my original idea was that I was going to put Steam OS on it, but then I ended up just building a PC that was really popular, you know. The 980 was the top of the line at the time that I built it, and I put a 980 in it, you know. And I ended up just having it be my new PC. So this is just my PC that I use for everything, for gaming, but also video editing, for Reaper, for you know, Fusion 360 and like KiCad and stuff. Like everything that I do on this computer now, so it does run Windows. But the thing is, it's really easy to just connect a controller and hit the home button on it, and then Steam Big Picture comes up. So yeah, the thing is, for the last, and I like this case and I like this setup so much that I've upgraded this computer. I'm not still rocking a 980. I've got a 5070 in there now and a 9800 X3D for the CPU. So it's all upgraded. It's all like brand new stuff in there, but I kept the case because I love the cube case and I love the form factor of carrying it around. So this is my computer that when I'm on my main computer desk, it's there. When I stream, I unhook it and I carry it down here and plop it down here and I do my stream. When I want to play games on the TV, I carry it up over to the TV, plop it down and plug it in, and then you grab the controller, you hit when I'm on the TV, you just connect a controller, you hit the home button, it pops up Steam Big Picture, and boom, it's just like a Steam machine at that point, for the most part, except for the suspend feature. I really gotta pee. I'll be right back. Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? I was saying that, like, so no, I'm not using SteamOS, but I have most of the, like, basically I just built a PC that has the same kind of design in mind, though, where it is a, it is a cube that is a powerful PC. I connect a controller to it and play games on my TV frequently. And then what I've got for my keyboard, and so I got double keyboard and mouse because of my. Oh, so here's the deal. Also, by the way, I use a 2 PC setup where, like, my PC is just going into my capture card here, just like a console would, because that just makes streaming easy from a PC. I like this case and I like cubes so much that for my streaming PC, I just got another one. So my streaming PC is also a cube. Looks like I need to dust off those fans a little bit, but there you go. So I actually have 2 of them. That's the streaming PC that just runs OBS and, the stream stuff, and then the regular PC goes through the capture card, and then. So streaming PC just has a wireless mouse and keyboard that stays here all the time. Gaming PC has nice mechanical keyboard, wired, right? This is an old Razer Naga. Look at this dude. The MMO gaming mouse. I've been using this I've been using this thing for like 16 years. I never want to get another mouse. Look how the buttons are all like wearing off and stuff. I've had to replace the micro switches in this like 3 times, because they wear out. But I want to keep using the mouse. And then those just they wire into this tray. This tray sits perfectly on the two arms of this chair, right? So it's a great setup. And then their cables just come out here and go to the PC, but it does also have its own wireless mouse and keyboard upstairs in case, like, every once in a while when you're gaming on the TV, something happens where you need your mouse or keyboard, so I got them just in case. And we've got 2 cats. This is Mia. She is, she's the big one. And then earlier in the stream, if you go back to the very start of the stream, Magic was down here as well. He's the black cat. I got a picture of him at least, though. I got a picture of him framed that I still have to put up somewhere. But yeah, she's pretty large. All right. Any temperature issues with the small form factor? No, actually. Here's what's awesome about this case, and part of the reason that I never want to get rid of it, is that the right side is a vent, and it's got the radiator for the liquid cooler right up against it, drawing air directly in from the outside. And then on the left side, which you can see on this one, the left side is also a vent, and the GPU sits up against the left side, also drawing air directly in from the outside. So the CPU and GPU both get air directly from outside, which I think is great. It's very good for temperature. And so it's very quiet too, All right. Take a Q-tip to the cracks. Not a Q-tip. So the vents, there is a magnetic mesh in there. Yeah. This case specifically, it's a Corsair Obsidian 250D. And then the thing is that the dust, what that's in is a mesh. There's a mesh that just magnetizes off, and then I've got an air compressor to just blow it off, So we'll just do that whenever, no big deal. Okay, yeah, there we go. So by the way, anyway, so that Twitter post I made, by the way, just to clear it up, I feel like a lot of folks got the wrong impression where I was trying to shit talk the Steam machine by saying that I'm not getting one. It's on the contrary, bro. I'm saying I like the idea so much that the original Steam machine announcement way back when with SteamOS I thought sounded so cool that I immediately was like, yeah, I need to build a computer that I can carry from my work desk to my streaming desk to my TV, right? I can easily carry it around and set it down in any place and then just hook it up and play games off of it. And I originally intended to put SteamOS on it, but I ended up not bothering with that, and it's got Windows on it, whatever. But you know, Steam. I am the world's biggest defender of Steam Big Picture mode. When I verify a run that beats my own time, am I happy for the runner? Oh yeah, dude. And I am not hoping to find a problem at all. I love seeing, you know, a new barrier get broken in the game. And the thing is that I'm mostly retired from running this game anyway. Like, you know, we'll see what happens in the future, but I don't expect to really get many improvements anymore. But all right. You have the same kind of case. It comes with a built-in handle on top. Oh yeah. My wife's PC is actually like really tiny. She did a micro ITX build that looks very cool. Actually, let me find what's the brand? It might have been what's that new company that's like Lian Li? Lian Li? Yeah, I think we can probably find her case in here somewhere. I think this was the brand. Yeah, last time we went to Micro Center, we found out that apparently cases have been getting worked on. Like 15 years ago, or like when I built my first computer like 20 years ago, cases were not as cool as they are now. Like cases like this didn't really exist. Let's see. Mini. Yeah, this is my wife's computer case. So this is what hers looks like, and it's tiny, dude. It is super small, and it's got a pretty cool. It's pretty cool the way that it's set up. But yeah, you can see how small it is by the fact that like this is the motherboard back, and then over here is the GPU. And oh, I guess it's Fractal. It's not Lian Li. But yeah, so the GPU goes up against the side. It does like a spine, right? There's a vertical spine that goes through the center of it, and the motherboard gets installed on the right side. And then it's got a ribbon cable for the PCIe slot that then allows the GPU to be also vertically mounted. It's pretty cool. So yeah, anyway, computer cases, they're pretty cool lately, eh? Like I think stuff like this does look really cool. But you know, I like my black box. All right. Migrated your old gaming PC into a Corsair take. Oh, right. I already read the rest of that. So yeah, I like these Corsair cases quite a bit. Made a comment on my Kyle Guy cheating video. There will be a second Heartbreak. I don't know. I mean, will there be? I hope not. All right, let's speaking of the run, let's get back to it for a minute. So yeah, it's actually pretty crazy how behind he is right now. His RNG has not been good. So let's see where else this goes. Good dolphin jump, just like normal. There's not a ton to talk about in the next little bit here. Bring this volume back down a little bit since we're mostly just fast forwarding. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as far as that kind of thing goes, Cannibal, it's like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not going to change the way that I do my verifications, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're here, we've got a new world record, so we are very thoroughly verifying it, you know? 7800X 3D CPU with the 5070 Ti. Gotcha. So yeah, I got the 9800X 3D, but I only got a regular 5070. The Ti was like, I think it, if I remember right, it just seemed.
What if Jolly needs my help? And there's only a finished effort
It didn't seem like the right call for me. But maybe I should have gotten it. I was limited. That is one thing that this case limits, though. I mentioned that the GPU goes up against the side of the case, you know? Oh, yeah. I can talk about that one, Bert. I mentioned that the GPU goes up against the side. The problem with that is that it assumes your GPU is no bigger than 2 slots. Because GPUs never used to be bigger than 2 slots. So now that there's 3 slotters and 4 slotters, they don't fit in this case. So I had to get a 5070 because Zotac Gaming is the only company that makes ones that are even 2 slots, and they only do them 5070s, you know? Yeah. So here's the deal. This marching game is it sucks. It's fucked, but there is a really easy way to do it. Here's how you do it, okay? They show the guy get into this spot, but you don't actually have to do that.
Yeah, but okay, so what if it's a
You don't actually have to get into this empty spot. You just have to be lined up with the back row. And the easiest way to do that is just to simply hold down and run. Just hold down and run until you bonk into the second guy. So here it's going to let you go and check it out. The second bonk. Until the second bonk, you're just holding down and run. So holding down and run will... Oh, actually, he's doing it differently. Okay, he's doing it a different way. But as you can see, he's running down. He's waiting until he's between these two dudes. And now he hits left to start going left. And there you go. Now you just walk left once you're lined up with these guys. And once you're doing that, as you're holding left, you just have to use circle to clear these text boxes. So, circle, 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 circle. Just clearing these one at a time while holding left. And that's all you have to do. Now, for the hold down strat that I mentioned... And bolt number... we can see that... Yeah, here we go. And so here you can even see my input display on the bottom right. And so I'm just holding down and run. Time timer currently at 14:05. Sorry, 14. So holding down and run, you bonk into. Oops! Oh my God, these fucking players, dude. Timer currently at 14:05. Sorry, 14. Okay, so holding down and run, bonks into this guy, still just holding down and run, bonks into this guy, and then once you're bonked into this guy, you can just walk right until you're lined up with these guys, and then start walking left. And then once you're walking, you just holding left to walk and clear these text boxes. Another little thing, though, is when you clear these text boxes, don't give really quick taps on circle. You have to actually hold circle, like, until this is closed before you release it. For some reason, it doesn't give you the points if you tap it really fast. It'll clear the text box, but it won't give you the points. So there you go. And if you want to see that replayed, 2 options. Either watch this video, or I've got my my YouTube tutorial goes over it as well.
What if Jolly needs my help?
And so yeah, 5,000 Zheal is what you get if you get the best possible score. It's funny, if you get less than the best possible, you get 6 ethers. And the reason that that's funny is if you sell all of them, you get 4,500, which is slightly less. But it's worth more if you were to buy the ethers, right? Like, buying 6 ethers costs more than 5,000.
Must have. Well, Mr. Lock.
But selling, or buying 6 ethers, sorry, costs more than 5,000. But selling them gives you less. And we want the money.
When you come into the stream and you got a streak, it tells you. It should tell you. You have a few people pass out on your tour boat?
All right, let's see what his menu, or let's see what his shop is here.
Are you not providing shelter, coverage, and water on your boat?
So, he buys a high potion. Okay, okay. 1 Phoenix down. 2 echo screens. 2 hypers. 9, 8 even tranks. Okay. And that's it. All right, all right. And then in here is our E-skill materia. All right, and so this game is pretty basic. There is something, man, if we went through, there is a verification you can do here to make sure that RNG is consistent with the elevator. But I'd have to do a little bit of research to figure out how the elevator is done the way that he does it. In order to verify it. But what we can do is just verify that that this is a legit pattern. So Ace Zephyr also made a analyzer for this for this minigame. I think you do right wildcard, right? Probably. Yeah. All right. So here we go. So we got left.
1.
What's triangle? T.
2.
Right.
3.
Left. Oh, we're down to only a couple options. Triangle. Okay. So this is his pattern. He is on stone 33, which is that's a good stone. List 252, it's going to be 24 moves, which is not very good. This is one of the worst patterns. This is more bad RNG. This is one of the worst patterns for this stone. Now, this is one of the better stones, but it's the worst pattern for the stone. So, what are we going to see? We're going to see circle, square, left next, right? There it is, circle. Square.
7.
Left.
8.
So there you go. So we know that this is all right. It's going to be 24 moves total, which is not great.
9.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go.
Pretty average. Bad average.
But yeah, you get the 4 stealer for getting at least 100 points there. 4 stealer is very good because it's a new weapon for Cloud. It's got 1 more materia slot and double AP growth, which is going to be very, very important. I grabbed an ether out of the chest here, but he's leaving the all materia behind. And then here, all you got to do is talk to... You have to talk to Eris after having talked to Eris, Tifa, and Red. So it's easiest to just talk to Tifa and Red and then talk to Eris twice. The lowest possible from that game. Off the top of our head, I don't remember. But let me find you the info actually. FF7 speedruns.com. I think there's a page for this. I feel like somewhere on here there's a whole explanation of this stuff. Don't think it's on this page, no. Could it be in here? Nope. Maybe not. I thought we had it written down somewhere. Ace definitely knows, but I don't remember. What I can tell you is that there is a pattern where you have to be perfect to get the 4 stealer. Which naturally means that, well, which could mean that it's really fast, or it could mean that it has a lot of left-rights, which don't give you points. Okay, so here we're preparing for Jenova Birth now. So Fury on Cloud. The thing about Fury, it's time to introduce Fury and Sadness. So here is what Fury and Sadness do. Their effect on the limit bar is that Fury makes you gain twice as much limit bar from attacks you receive, and Sadness makes you get only half as much limit bar as normal from attacks you receive. So they affect the speed of limit growth. The other thing that they do is Sadness makes you take 30% less damage from attacks, and Fury makes your accuracy go down by 30%. So contrary to popular belief, Fury does not make you take more damage. It makes you 30% less accurate with your attacks, including magic. So yeah, Sadness reduces damage taken, Fury reduces accuracy, and then they affect limit. So we want Fury on Cloud here because he's going to be doing limit breaks and throwing grenades. Neither of those things miss, so the accuracy doesn't matter. But we want him to gain a bunch of limits so we can unlock Cross Slash. So 4 Stealer goes on, Power Wrist goes on. This gives Cloud a great amount more attack power, but then also allows him to equip Shiva. Why equip Shiva? Because 366 max HP is too much. 366 means that there is a chance if Jenova attacks Cloud and and she does the minimum amount of damage, it will not give Cloud his limit break in a single attack. So equipping Shiva lowers his max HP to 358, and that does mean that he is guaranteed to get a full limit bar in one attack from Jenova Birth. Because it's based on percentage of your health. The way that the game calculates the amount of limit that you get is the percentage of your HP that you receive in damage. And yeah. Does the Sadness effect compound? With other things, yes. If you take less damage, your limit grows less.
Well, let's see if that locked-in input at the end of mid-card destroys
Yes.
my preemptive here. If my preemptive was destroyed here, we absolutely reset.
In the end, the amount of damage that you take, the percentage of your max HP that it is what determines your limit bar increase. And then at that point, it either gets halved or doubled if you're inferior sadness. But yeah, so what Airtime is saying is true. That means that sadness actually makes you get even less limit bar than 50%, because it's also reducing the amount of damage that you take, which reduces how much limit you get, and then it halves it. But anyway, okay, so oh. Hang on, there is something that just made way more sense to me. Do you guys remember all the way back here? Remember when I pointed out his movement here? I pointed out that he forced his encounter right here. And I said that he must be doing that for like an encounter skip or something. I didn't realize that then he forces this encounter right here. I didn't point this out. So he's stopping right here and forcing an encounter. Why is this? Because this encounter happens at a certain step ID. So he wanted to make sure that step ID occurred when he's in this position in space. Why? Because this is the last little bit of hostile screen. This room is not hostile, nor is like anything else that happens in here. Except for after you fight Roof. Oh, actually, so first of all, this little bit is hostile. So he has to be very careful with his movement right here. And then after the Rufus fight, the little run to Tifa after the Rufus fight was also hostile. But then nothing else was hostile all the way until now. So what we're ultimately getting at is that he's lined up his step ID to enter this room on a certain step ID, which, was regulated by forcing that encounter in that specific position. And then that means that he can run forward and do this movement setup. This movement right here is all in order to get it fraction neutral, which means because fractions move whether you're in a hostile area or not, which means that we know what step ID we're coming in here, but we don't know what fraction we're on coming in here. And so if we need to land on a certain step ID, we need to land on a certain step ID right here. Well, the problem is, if the step setup to get to this position from the start isn't an exact multiple of 8, that would put you at risk of landing on a step ID that you don't expect. Because every step ID is 8 fractions, right? So that means that if your setup was like 65 frames of movement, that would mean that it would pass 8 steps, because 8 times 8 is 64, so 8 steps would pass, and then 1 more fraction. Well, if you entered the hostile area on the 7th fraction out of 8, that would mean that you would pass 9 step IDs in the setup, because it would do 8 step IDs, and then that 1 extra frame would do the 9th step ID, because you started on the final fraction. Likewise, the same thing can happen if you come in on 0 and your setup was only 63 frames, right? So these setups are made to be exact multiples of 8 frames of movement, so that they pass the exact number of step IDs that we want to pass, regardless of what fraction you come in on. That's what we mean when we say fraction neutral, and that's why right here he does this weird movement right here. And like the whole setup and stuff is all made to be that exact number of fractions. So there you go. And so what's all this for? That was to make it so that just before hitting the boss trigger, he hit a step ID that triggers the preemptive flag, just like apps. Just like the apps fight, which we already went over, we got a preemptive encounter against Genova Birth, which means that he is able to queue up a grenade with all 3 characters before she gets her first turn, and he can get a Braver in. And again, just like with apps, even though she's visually turned around from coming out of her flinch, she's actually still preempted right now, so this Braver is going to do double damage. Blammo. Now, sometimes she starts with stop, and sometimes she skips straight to laser, but then her series of turns is the same. So she's successfully stopped Cloud, or Red, so these two should get, do they only get 2 rounds of grenades if Red is stopped? One round, 2 round. Yeah, that's rough. I think they get 3 rounds if Red stays up because of how the ATB shakes out. Is he tracking steps during the run, or is it memory feel? I mean, it's both. He's tracking it using memory. So yeah, it's all memory and feeling. It's a lot easier than it seems, though. Is it better to knock that out early or on the ship? Knock what out? Sorry. If we're talking about the fraction neutrality, it's just part of the setup. So here's what I was talking about. She shoots Cloud once with the Fury and with less than 364 max HP. Boom, an entire limit bar in one shot. Oh yeah, so she does single lasers, by the way, after she does stop. But sometimes she starts with single lasers. So now he can do another Braver. He's holding with Tifa here and not putting in her turn because Genova's next turn is already queued up anyway. So whether he puts in Tifa's turn right now or later doesn't matter. It'll still come around after Genova's next turn. Instead, we would prefer to keep Cloud first in the turn order so we can continue to jam his limit breaks. So he waits for Cloud to get his turn back, flips to Cloud, puts him first in the turn order, then puts Tifa in. And Red, of course. This tail laser, by the way, is the one exception. This will not give Cloud his limit in a single turn, but she does have a 30% chance to do it twice, which she did not do. So this time he didn't get a full limit bar. But that's good, actually. Tail laser is a slow attack. It's a little bit faster to just... It's a little bit faster to have her not double you up on it, as long as you're getting the right number of limit breaks. And then right here, after tail laser, she does W laser, which she decided to only do on Red. Let's really quickly talk about her AI on her laser turns, so you can kind of understand it a little bit better. So Genova lasers. This is either single and W. So the first thing she does is she has a 1/3 chance to laser everyone in the order of 2, 3, 1. This means she will shoot 2, 1, 3. This means she'll shoot Tifa, then Cloud, then Red. And she might do that, right? If she doesn't do that, then she has a 1/3 chance to laser random person, followed by a 1/3 chance to laser random person, followed by laser random person. End turn. So what this means is she might decide right away to just give everybody a single laser, which is always in this order, and then she'll end her turn. But if she doesn't do that, then you might see one laser, because if she doesn't do either of these, then you're just going to see one laser. If she decides to do one of them and not the other, you'll see 2 lasers. If she decides to do all 3, you'll see 3 lasers still, but they'll all be random targets. This is why you can get her to just drill one person with 3 lasers, and it sucks. And so And so let's verify that behavior on both of these. So here's her first laser turn. She did a single on Tifa, which that might mean it's one for all. It's looking like a one for all. It's not though. So on that one, she decided not to do this, and then one of these two she decided not to do. The other one she decided to laser Tifa, and then she lasered Cloud.
Good. This is Braver number 6.
And then after single tail laser, then we got just W laser on red. So that means she didn't do this. Both of these 1/3 chances said no, and then so she lasered red randomly and ended turn.
No gas. Could be pretty decently fast to know if I.
Oh yeah, and then she has only a 1/3. I think she has a 1/3 chance to. I can't remember if she has a 1/3 chance to do gas or to skip it. And let me show you guys. If you ever want to know how this stuff works, you can go FF7 Genova Birth and find the wiki entry for the enemy and then go down to AI script. Now, I think that this AI script is slightly wrong, but it is right about the chances. Okay, here's the gas part. Okay, yeah, she has a 1/3 chance to use gas, or she just skips her turn.
I will drop a bit low on grenades, so miss. Oh, that's actually amazing.
But that's only if nobody's stopped. But nobody will be stopped if you're on max battle speed 8 to be active. Oh, and then sorry, what then happened? Did she do stop? Okay, then she did stop. She missed stop this time, which is very good. She should probably be dead.
That's pretty good.
I think if red is last in the turn order, you get 3 full volleys of grenades, but it didn't matter because she was already dead. Okay, so he did only get 2 bravers, which isn't a lot. I mean, it's okay.
That was a good to know if I.
But he might have to make up his bravers later. So actually, we need to kind of. I gotta count his bravers here. Because I forgot to do this. Did he braver Guard Scorpion?
Fine.
I don't think he did. I think it was a really good Guard Scorpion with no braver. Yeah, so no braver there. So apps would be the first one. Okay, so here he's at 1 braver. Cloud got pyramided, so no braver here. And then let's take a look at where his bar is here. Yeah, no elevator lobby. He's got a braver sample, right? Because he's only at 1 right now. Okay, yeah, so here's sample. There's braver, so we're at 2 now. And then I think the next opportunity would be Rufus. So yeah, he used 1 on Rufus, so that's 3. And then 1 on Motorball. Okay, that's not too bad. Because, yeah, he definitely bravered Motorball also. So that was 4. So he's at 6 bravers now, that means. Okay. That's not bad. That 6 isn't bad. You'd certainly rather have 7. All right. And yo, Life of Knee. All right. Here, just grabbing that Ifrit material, which will be very useful later. All right. Whoa! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. How's it going? That's pretty huge. Thank you. Oh yeah, why are we counting Bravers? You unlock Cross Slash after using Braver 8 times, and we really need, you really need Cross Slash before the Red Dragon fight. All right. Here we just go down here and grab the Motor Drive, Fire Ring, and Power Source. Is that the other thing that's down here?
I know
Yeah.
that guy. Like white hero. This much for 10 months, my man. Appreciate it a lot.
And then here he's waiting for a little world map manip. This is a world map manip that I made a script for that just manips you to the bridge. When you're on the bridge, your fractions don't advance, and it makes manipping past the bridge just totally infeasible for going fast. So we just manip to the bridge, and that makes it very likely that we will only get 1 encounter on this traversal. And it's also likely to be a side attack, which is nice.
We're lucky enough to be far enough ahead. Let's see about this one. No, exactly on the first one. That's unfortunate. It needs to be one fraction later. Cloud, take damage.
All right. How likely is a sub 630? I think it can definitely happen. I mean, you would need to play perfectly and get very good RNG, but sub 630 is like the holy grail right now, I think. And Pinkman, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you. You always said unfeasible. I think it's infeasible. But maybe I'm wrong. When was this run? About a month ago. But he only submitted it like a week ago. Let me check these steps here, actually. I'm realizing that I've lost track of the step route quite a bit because it's just totally different than a route that I've used. So he gets the fight here.
If the encounter would have been 1 fraction later, I could have skipped it.
But he's talking about a skippable encounter here also. So it looks like that one is intended to be right at the end. Yeah, so this route that he's doing, it doesn't pick up the long-range materia, which is what greatly changes the step route from people who do grab long-range. Because not only is long-range in a room that has that is hostile, so it changes your step route, but it's right before a preemptive on Genova. And there's a large gap in the preemptives. So if you do get long range, you take a way later step ID. What up, Lanye? Lanye! What up, Lanye? And Half-Spin Doctor, how we doing?
Come on, one bonk on Cloud. 1 bonk. Yes, that's not enough though. I need another little bonk. 1 more. Anything. At this point, I just need anything. Anything on Cloud. And if Cloud would have not dodged that seed attack earlier, that would have been the limit.
Yeah, so here I think he's hoping to get the Definitely hoping to get the his limit filled up before the laser encounter.
That's not cloud. Okay, we have two more options. Two more chances.
Oh, he doesn't grab this turbo ether, eh?
This is one. That's not cloud.
I have the same genetics as your cousin. I mean, you and your cousin have somewhat similar genetics, right? Being that you're cousins and all. And yo, Hempuka. Only one right arm chance. So the stealing the right arm is a tricky thing. It's like if you get the right arm, it saves like 40 seconds up to. I mean, I think it saves more like 30. But it's not worth just sitting there and farming steal attempts on, because you're way more likely to lose time if you do that. Okay, so he's selling. This is interesting. He didn't pick up the extra all, and he's selling this all. So he does the run without the all materia, huh? I really like the all materia. I think it's useful in more ways than just healing everybody at once. And then selling White Cave Motor Drive, 26 grenades, leaving himself with how much money? 3650. We immediately need 3000 for the gold saucer fight. Oh, here we see some of the mashing strat, the double thumb mash strat. Just like I say, you put both thumbs over circle, and then you can move your arms. So you're not tiring out your thumbs mashing. You move your arms to mash, which has way more stamina. And because you're using both thumbs, you know, you get 2 presses per motion. Just like that. That's how I do it as well. Is this a PS2 controller? Does he run with a PS2 controller? Or is this a PS1? I feel like that'd be wild to run with a PS2 controller. But it is the it is like that really dark tone. Cause like I have a PS1 controller that's dark, right? This is a PS1 controller that's dark. But it's not quite black, you know? And it doesn't have the writing up here, because it's not a DualShock. It's just up here. Because it's not a DualShock. It's just an analog controller. So it's not this. So yeah, it looks like a PS2 controller. Face buttons are analog. They're not exactly analog. They're just 2-stage digital. Like here, let me show you. Normally, how it works, right? Flashbang is that on the PCB of the controller, you've got 2 sides of a contact, right? There's the PCB. There's 2 sides of a contact, and then over here is the button, we'll say it's the circle button, or over here is the pin that relates to the circle button. And then over here is ground. And so what is the button? The button is a conductive pad, right? Here's your circle button. It's a conductive pad on the bottom of it. So when you press the button, you complete the circuit and you ground the pin that is connected to circle, so it knows you're pressing the button, right? And then you lift it up and the circuit is broken. And there is, by the way, also there's also power over here. Dr. Hobnob, thanks for subscribing. There's also power over here, and that's going through a pull up. Whoops. A pull up resistor. There we go. That's a resistor. So there you go. So this right here, by the way, this is how it goes back to power. This is how it goes back to power after you release the button, right? Because if you just grounded this and then you release the button, it would just stay grounded, right? But there's power coming in through a pull-up resistor that restores it to a powered state, so it knows that it's not being grounded anymore, thus you're not pressing the button anymore. But it's going through a resistor so that when it is being grounded, we're not seeing this power anymore because it's resisted enough that the ground is more powerful when you're pressing the button. But when you're not pressing the button, enough power trickles in for the system to know you're not pressing the button anymore. Okay, so that's generally how a button works. Here's what the PS2 does that gives pressure sensitivity, right? Is there are two circle pins, and then there is a second sheet in between the button and the PCB. There's like a flexible plastic sheet that has another pair of contacts on it. And then that goes to this. And then it also has another resistor that goes to it as well. And so when you press the button, if you press the button lightly, then you only make contact with you only press down one of the two contacts. And then when you press it down hard, you make contact with all of them, right? So if only one of the two circle buttons is grounded, that means it's a light press. And if they're both grounded, it's a hard press. So it's still digital. It's just there's two digital signals per button, right? So that's how pressure sensitivity works on the PS2 controller. How does that relate to PS1 games? It doesn't. I'm pretty sure a light press... Actually, I don't know about this 100%. I'm guessing that a light press on PS1 with a PS2 controller just sends a normal signal to a PS1 game. I don't think it requires a hard press. But all right. But yeah, that's surprising that he uses a PS2 controller. I think the thing is that the D-pads on PS2 controllers are like really nice. So I understand that. If you're very picky about D-pads, it's probably easier to find a PS2 controller with a perfect D-pad than a PS1 controller. That said, in my opinion, the best D-pad, the most precise D-pads for PlayStation are the non-analog, just original digital PS1 controllers.
On top of that, you have an option to accept all drops.
DualShock 3 controllers buttons feel mushy. The DualShock 3 did have mushier feeling buttons, yes. I think that was more just like the membranes that they used. And especially, it's the L2 and R2. The L2 and R2 on PS3 feel super yucky. Hate it. I'm a big PS3 fan in general, but man, those L2, R2 buttons are garbo. It was pretty cool though that they let you connect a PS4 controller to a PS3 and use it. That was pretty cool. Insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. Okay, anyway, best thing to do here, just talk to Tifa because it's fastest, and then go to Wonder Square. Because Wonder Square is where you meet Kate Sith. Do I ever play with aftermarket controllers? Usually not. I almost never do. The exception, and even this, I rarely use it anymore. But you ever seen one of these guys? The Hori mini pad for the N64. These are pretty sick. I like this controller a lot. Even still, though, I just really like original stuff, and so I usually use a regular controller anyway. Because I got one of those steel bowls. They are very tiny. Yeah, the mini pad is very small. That's kind of the biggest issue with it. So I do end up using my main controller most of the time. The thing is, sticks are notoriously wiggly, right? But what I did is there's a site called steelsticks64.com where you can get a steel bowl for the end of the stick. Because a big problem with wiggle stick is what happens is like the hang on, now I want to draw a picture of this. What happens with N64 controllers, right, is that you've got your analog stick. Yeah, this is your analog stick. But the thing is, the fulcrum of it is like right here, and then the end of it, oh, sorry, you guys can't see it. So this is your analog stick, right? And then the fulcrum of it is like right in the middle, and there's this big like counter stick in the back. And this is not how more modern analog sticks work. And the thing is, it's rubbing against a bowl. There's a... Oh, that's not what I thought would happen. I guess we gotta go left first to make it more round. Oh, yeah. So there's this bowl in there. So as you turn the stick, the end of the stick is grinding against this bowl that's on the inside, and that's what gives it its smooth arc movements, right? The problem is that this plastic bowl grinds away over time, and then that lets the stick drop further in, and then that's one of the main things that creates a wiggle stick. So there's this site, steelsticks64.com. They're sold out right now, but I think you can get like a reservation for it where you can get a steel bowl that will never grind away. So I've got one of those in here. So my controller is free of wiggle stick. It's pretty great. But other than that, yeah. As far as aftermarket controllers go, I also made my own. This is an NES controller that I made. It plugs directly into an NES, right? Just plugs right into the NES, and it is a keyboard. It's awesome. If you want to play NES games on a keyboard, there you go. Just make your own. So I do play with this sometimes for fun. All right. Where were we? This looks like an anchor. Okay. Anyway, Kate Sith shortening the name.
I got the nut from the. I got tranquilizer drop and the nut from the Chocobo fight, so yeah, I sold both of them in 2 nuts.
And then just to advance the plot, we don't need to do anything extra here, so he just goes straight to Battle Square. Because that is where the plot advances. Oh man, it's going to take me so long to get through this run. I'm easily distracted. But hey, you know, the thing is, my primary concern is having an entertaining stream, and I think that the tangents are part of that. So here, these guys can steal your fire ring, which would be a big problem. So check this out. Here's a little thing. Notice he wants to use row changes in order to just cause an animation to be able to run away during, but he doesn't queue it up right away. Why does he sit here and not queue this up right away? He waits a minute instead. The reason is that Mugger, first of all, these two guys, they only speak when spoken to. They will not do anything unless you do something to them first. But the Mugger, the thing about them is that they skip their first turn. So if you just queue up your row changes right away, all you're doing is you're just putting an animation before their first turn, like after their first turn, before they get their second turn. So if you actually want to use these row changes to put off their turn from happening so that you can escape more easily, it's better to wait a little bit so that you know that you're not, you know, doing it at the wrong time. So there you go. Lost a hundo because these guys stole his ghost hand. Oh, man. He didn't notice. Did somebody else notice for him? And then I think the muggers will always, they'll either steal your money or they'll steal one of your items, yes. But they skip their first turn. So you have a little bit more time to escape than usual. Yeah, chat told him, but it was too late. Yep. Yeah, it happens, dude. The old route, the intermediate route, the route that I ran hundo with, does not ever fight a mugger for that reason. But the advanced route is just willing to take the risk, I guess. All right. So here we've got probably some menuing. If you defeat them, you get the item back, yes. But a lot of the time, you're buffering an escape, right? So they steal it, and then you just run away. All right. So Kate Sith in the party. Tranks on these two. And then he's arranging by most here. That puts his Molotovs on top of his inventory. Because he just bought 26 of them. Firing on Kate. That will be relevant later. But also, with the old or the long range step route, you also put firing on Kate here. Because it's before you fight the mugger. And then the mugger can't steal your firing because it's equipped on Kate. But for him, for this route, he gets the fight first. How am I finding the World Cup? That's soccer, right? Football. I don't do any sports stuff. I got respect for sports, and I get why people are into it, but I don't get it. I don't really do any sports stuff myself. All right. Then he's arranging to get his 2 E skills. We're about to learn the laser E skill, so he put both of his E skill materia onto Cloud, which will also be very relevant.
Everything's good. Dun, dun, dun. Can you please?
All right.
Cloud?
So here's his Deathclaw encounter. This is where we're gonna learn Laser.
Oh, actually amazing.
And then here's Cloud's 7th Braver. This is really good that he got this 7th Braver, because now when when he lasers Cloud to learn the E skill, it'll also give Cloud his limit break back, and then he can get a 2nd Braver on this fight, which will be his 8th Braver, and will learn him Cross Slash.
I should have maybe bravered the other guy.
So the reason he's saying to Braver the other guy might be because if it crit, it would stop him from getting a turn, and also he already Molotov'd this guy, and they have enough health to survive 1 Braver and 1 Molotov, but a Braver can replace a Molotov, or if they're barriered, it can replace a grenade. So he could have saved a Molotov.
Nice.
But now he's barriered, so the Braver will only do half damage, and he has to Molotov him.
Because now I have to use another.
But there it is. So now we've learned Laser.
Save the Molotov and
Oh yeah, so it is the Molotov is the reason he was saying he should have bravered this guy.
was a decent fight. Should save some time. Second try Manip, not too bad.
But there you go. So now he learned Cross Slash because that was his 8th Braver. And we've got and he's got Laser on both of his E skills. And damn, he saved 30 seconds from his PB there. Yeah, the thing about the Molotovs, it might or might not be relevant depending on what happens on the Demon's Gate fight. And the trains and stuff like that. What is this cat doing? What are you up to over there, Mia? Oh, are you thinking about getting on the chair, but my keyboard controller is in the way? Let me move that for you. Oh, now you're interested in it because I'm holding it? Or what? Uh-oh. What are we doing? What's the plan? Oh, okay. Now she wants back on the lap. Or back in the area. Yeah. Get those face rubs on the mic. Okay, beautiful. Hey, no bites. Oh, geez. Now we're on the tray. She's activated right now, dude. Yo, Rick. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, not the mixer. Ah. Okay, all right. We good? We good? We chilled out? Oh yeah, oh, all right, she's going back there, I guess. This is, I actually hate when she's back here because this is where my cables are. You know, I've got all my cables down here, and she's gonna try to mess something up. Oh, hi. What are we doing? Are we staying or are we going? Looks like we're going. All right. Yes, go to the light. Follow the light. Oh, wait, something's distracting her. She wants to sniff the crack of the utility room door. All right, there she goes. Okay, anyway. It's the Dine fight. The Dine fight is very simple. You just throw 4 Molotovs at him.
That's not good enough ATB, probably. We lost 3 seconds for not going first. And then we lost another 3 seconds for him using S1 here. Yeah, we lose time here. Did you find a workaround?
What's with the cat's pouch? Ah, she's just got real fat.
The amplifier 1 is good stats and first strike poison.
I think she's lost a little bit of weight, maybe. But yeah, for the she never had kittens. She's just big. All right. Now the thing about Dine is if he gets critical hits on you, he can kill you and game over the run. All right. And off we go to the Chocobo race. There's not too much to say. Not too much to say about the Chocobo race. Grabs the Ramu materia. Here, just like I do, he's practicing his 1-frame inputs. You can see, just practicing doing little 1-frame inputs because they are about to become very relevant. So here what he's doing is he's trying to push the other Chocobos a little bit because you can't end the race until the 2nd place racer has finished. And the thing is, the guy who runs up ahead, they are probably going to run out of stamina and end up not getting 2nd place. They're going to be slower.
Let's see if White Lightning wins.
So he's pushing the other guys back there ahead a little bit to hopefully save a few frames, not having to wait for them at the finish line for as long. So we see here he's at the end, and then looks like Pink got 2nd place.
37, 38. 38
Okay. Complaint with FF7 is the game is too easy in terms of combat only. Yeah, I think I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. That's why the speedrun is so great, because the speedrun makes the game really hard to where you actually have to get good at the combat system. This game casually is way too easy, for sure. And the biggest thing is enemies just don't do any damage to you, you know? Like, the only time you get hit in this game and you're like, oh shit, that's a lot of damage, is when it was a percentage attack, you know? Other than that, yeah, it's kind of a cakewalk. But that's why there's, like, the difficulty mods also. That's why, like, the new threat mod is pretty popular as well, because that, you know, it makes it a lot harder. My other complaint about this game is that targeting in battle is really annoying, and I wish you could target with a list. And yeah, if you run from everything, that's going to make it a lot harder. For a first timer, I think, Minin, in general, like Unless you run away from a lot of fights. But I never did that when I was younger, you know. How many enemies do gravity damage? Well, or percentage damage in general. Off the top of my head, right, there's the big one that everyone knows is the Stinger in Cosmo Canyon. They do like the bomb drop. They do some kind of bomb move or something. That does like a ton of damage, but it's because it's percentage. But then there's like Diamond Flash and but that's way later. But okay. Anyway. Type too many words per minute. I mean, if you typed like a super long message and it didn't come through, that could be a thing. I think I've heard of that. Sorry, I was scrolling on chat a little bit there. Spent 2-hour sessions trying to kill Carry Armor. Carry Armor is kind of unique as well. The way that he does, like the arm grab mechanic makes that fight a lot harder for sure. Did hate whenever the game forced a party change? Oh, yeah. Okay, so sorry. Anyway, what he's doing here, this is another world map manip. So he's waiting for 227:38. Is this my beach plug manip that he's doing? Probably. Because this is to go down into Cosmo Canyon, skip position. Yep, exit, go down, and then add right, and then do menus. And this should get him a side attack, probably. Yes, sir. So, side attack is great because somebody recently figured out, I was probably Kuma, recently found out that if you back attack a beach plug with the Force Stealer with Cloud, it one-shots him, which is way faster than throwing a Molotov on him, and it saves a Molotov. So here he can just hold circle to instant kill this beach plug. And then... there you go. And then he can try to manip this one. Oh, that's so good. And then he can Molotov this one. So it's really good that this one got manipped instantly, because even though it's visually turned around, it's still considered to be facing Kate Sith, meaning he can also kill this one with a regular attack from Cloud. So this was an insanely good beach plug fight. This was a perfect beach plug fight. All right. Oh yeah, I also work remote and do Microsoft Teams. I feel like a big part of what got me really fast at typing was playing RuneScape in middle school.
Amazing split.
Okay. Oh, you can't miss from behind also. That's nice. So here's the deal with what he's doing here. He put the buggy into a very specific position here, and here is how this works. From the spawn point up here, right? The spawn point up here is a specific spot on the world map. It always spawns you into the exact same position, right? Obviously. So, if you press only down, then you grind across the beach, pressing only down into this specific... The thing is that there is no acceleration mechanic. It's just how many frames were you pressing the button, right? So you can stop and you can tip, tap. You can tip, tap, and you'll be in the same exact spot as if you just held all the way until that spot. So you get into this spot because if you grind on the beach, pressing only down into this exact spot, first of all, the world map manip is made to work with this spot because this spot sets you up for the next skip. Here's the deal about this skip. The buggy moves 90 map units per frame. 90 units per frame is how fast you move in the buggy. The reason he's getting out and back into the buggy repeatedly is because remember when we talked about world map fractions and how every time that your world map fractions hits 17, the game checks for a battle? Well, guess what? Every time that you exit a vehicle, it sets your fractions to -30, which means that for an entire second and a half at 30 frames per second, after you exit the buggy, it does not check for a battle. So if you just keep getting out of the buggy and back into it, it keeps resetting your fractions back to -30, and it'll never check for a fight. Then, after that, he's only moving orthogonally. No diagonal movement. Why? Because he's specifically trying to move 90 map units per frame. Because we need to get into a very specific position right here. And so check out what it does. He's able to get into this spot and then do that. So in order, here's how this is working, right? Just very much in general is... Let's use paint again, but we need to draw a grid, right? And real quick, let's get a little grid drawn. Oh, actually, hey, check this out. We can copy this, paste it, rotate it. Boom. It pays to be a master of Microsoft Paint. All right. So here is why we've drawn a grid, right? Is imagine that the grid is 90 by 90 is each of these squares. So the thing is, right up here, this is the exact position on the world map that we need to be in order to do Cosmo Canyon skip. And down over here is that position on the beach, right? Over here is the position on the beach that grinding against it puts us into. Yeah? And then by the way, there is a bunch of bullshit that we can't pass. That's, you know, whoops. That's around here. Okay. So, the challenge is our setup position is right here, but our setup position is right here, but our skip position is right here. I will be right back. I got to run to the bathroom before we finish the explanation. Sorry. Okay, okay. So as I mentioned, the buggy moves at 90 map units per frame, and the thing is that this position on the beach is a nice multiple of 90 away from the spot that we need to be in, right? So that's why we set up on the beach, is because it's very easy to get into that position. All you do is you hold down on the D-pad until you're on that spot of the beach, and it puts you right into position. And then it is a nice multiple of 90 map units away from the skip position. So then, here's the thing though, is you move 90 map units per frame if you're only pressing one direction on the D-pad, if you're going orthogonally. So in order to reach the skip position, we need to not do any diagonals so that we can go multiples of 90 units and stay on the grid perfectly into position. Because if at any point, if we were to go diagonally downward, the thing is, it would not put us right here to that spot, because that's more than 90 units, you know? Instead, it moves you a lesser amount on each axis, and you end up being like right here, right? And so then, now you're off the grid. Now one frame down puts you here, and one frame left puts you here. You're not on the grid anymore, you know? So no diagonals, and you can't brush on anything, right? If you accidentally, like, if there's like a thing coming out like this, right? And then you went to this spot, well, then when you went down, you would brush on it and end up like in some weird spot right here, right? Or like, yeah. So no diagonals and this is the reason for no diagonals and no brushing on anything. Does that make sense? Because we need to stay lined up. We need to be able to get to this position, and the setup position that is a nice amount of units away from it is over here. And so we just need to get between them without screwing it up. There you go. And so what does that position do? Well, it allows us to get into a very specific spot here where when we, you'll see he exited the buggy. He exited the buggy and got back into it, and then went left a frame and exited the buggy and got back into it again. What that did, I don't know exactly how it worked, but I think what it does, it's something to do with when the game checks the triangle to see if Cloud can stand on it, it triggers the buggy breakdown script. But it triggers the buggy breakdown script on Cloud, so it doesn't do anything. And then, when you get back into the buggy, the script is already activated on the triangle, and the buggy is like already in the triangle, and then you're able to drive through without it activating the script that breaks it down. It's something like that, but it's quite precise, which is why that whole setup is the way that it is. But now that he's past it, now he can drive diagonally because we're past the skip. We did it. Cosmo Canyon skip is done, and we're done. Is there an explanation online? I think on Discord at some point Ace wrote it down.
Nice.
But I don't think he was confident enough to like make a YouTube video about it, you know? But it's something to that effect.
All right. It is time for
And all right.
Keeper. Our beloved.
So we are through Nibelheim. We are off to Mount Nibel.
A good fight for once would be amazing.
And then here, pipe 2 gets us the Power Soul. Okay. So Power Soul is, this is where the run activates. Well, actually, not exactly yet, but we'll get there. So Power Soul is a weapon for Tifa that makes her do double damage if she's in critical HP, and it makes her do quadruple damage if she's under death sentence. We don't have access to death sentence yet, but because we skipped Cosmo. You can learn it in Cosmo Canyon, but we skipped it, so we don't have it yet. So we'll get to that later, but that's going to be very relevant later. For Materia Keeper, we're going to use a different strat that doesn't have to have her powered up. All right. So before we get to his menu here, this explanation is actually not that complicated. Here's the deal. This game, so how do people come up with the glitches? I mean, it's the answer is it's different for every skip. Usually what happens is somebody playing the game casually or somebody who's just like generally a glitch hunter will like somebody casually might accidentally find a glitch, or somebody who specifically hunts for glitches might brute force a glitch. And that's step 1. Step 1 is to find a bug. And then step 2 is, of course, to reproduce the bug, figure out how you can reproduce it. And then step 3 is how can you use it to save time, right? And yeah, I don't know. So how the actual process occurs is kind of different for every run. Like for Calm Skip, for example, the way that was found is, in general, it was accidentally figured out for a long time that sometimes when Cloud gets off of a Chocobo, he floats in the air. Sometimes that happens. Weird. And so Kuma, the glitch hunter, started messing with it. He started just brute forcing all kinds of different stuff, bonking on different things, getting off the Chocobo, getting on it, running around, getting off it, getting on it, bonking into things, getting off it, getting on it. And eventually, he found a setup that like always makes Cloud float. And then he was like, hey, I bet I can use this to get across, so now it's how can, he found something that makes it consistently happen. So now it's, how do we use it to save time? We can use it to skip Calm. If we use it to float across the river in this one spot. So then he got to finding a consistent setup as much as possible, or trying to figure out how to get it to occur in the right spot for that to happen. And then he got it one time, and he had a video of him doing Calm Skip before anybody knew about it, So then it became a community effort of how do we get it consistent, right? How do we get it to happen every time perfectly? And then it was also a race at that point. Now that we have the skip and he found it, now then we also then have to figure out how to optimize it. So at that point then the smarty pants like Ace, Zephyr, and Mav were like looking at the code to figure out why it occurs. Now, because you can't just give someone, you can't just say, look at the game's code and find me a bug. They don't know where to look. You wouldn't know where to look, right? But if you say, if I move in this exact way, if I do all of these very specific things on the world map, it creates this bug. Well, then somebody who's able to look at code is able to trace what you did throughout the code functions and find a problem that way, right? And then once they say, boom, here is exactly why the bug happens from a code perspective, well, then you can think, okay, how do we use that now to optimize the skip? Now that we know the minimum possible that we need to do and where all the places are possible that we could theoretically use this, now that we know exactly how to trigger it, we can optimize it, right? And then Calm Skip 2.0 happened, where we go through the mountain instead of across the river because it's easier, and stuff like that, right? So it's a step-by-step process that usually begins with either somebody accidentally finding a bug or somebody who specifically looks for bugs, you know, just brute forcing stuff until something sticks. Very often that's how it works. Okay, we are going to talk about Materia Keeper for a moment. Do you guys know about the quad sevens mechanic in this game, Lucky Sevens? There is a mechanic in this game called Lucky Sevens, where if a character gets 7777 HP, they enter Lucky Sevens. And if it's a player character, they'll do like Lucky 7 Fury or something where they attack every enemy and they do 7777 to each of them. Here's the thing though, some of you might not know, enemies can also enter Lucky Sevens, but they don't do the special thing. Enemies do not do the Lucky 7 Fever or whatever and attack every enemy or every ally or whatever. Instead, though, they do get the property, though, where all of their attacks will deal 7777. So if an enemy has 7777 HP, all of their attacks will deal 7777. Now, there's a funny thing about, another funny thing about the game, though, which is how poison works. For whatever reason, poison also gains the quad sevens effect. So if something that is poisoned has 7777 HP, they will essentially hit themselves for quad sevens damage with poison and instantly die. So now here's the deal. Materia Keeper has 8400 HP. He's got 8400 HP. Now, what's the difference between 8400 and quad sevens? It's 623. How much damage does poison do to an enemy? It does 1/32 of their max HP rounded down, which for Materia Keeper is 262. Which if that were to tick twice, you would only need 99. Okay, so what am I saying? I'm saying that if he has 8400 HP and we poison him and allow 2 ticks of poison to occur, minus 262, minus 262, and then we also do 99 damage to him on top of that, he will be poisoned with quad 7's HP. That sounds kind of complicated, doesn't it? Well, let's see how we do it. So first, he's getting Cloud into Sadness so that everybody is in Sadness now. He's already got Cross Slash unlocked. Everybody needs to take lower damage now. So he's clearing Tifa's limit here because we don't want Beat Rush. In order to do the setup, Tifa needs to be able to perform a regular attack, which she can't do if she has her limit break, so he clears Tifa's limit. Then he checks Tifa's attack power and he checks Cloud's magic stat. Because what we're going to do is we're going to use Bio with Cloud in order to poison the boss, and then we're going to do a regular attack with Tifa in order to do the damage setup. So he needs to know what their stats are to now make an adjustment.
2438. Okay.
So first, we're doing the usual thing of putting Buster Sword and Silver Armlet onto Cloud, and then Mithril Armlet Power Soul onto Tifa. This just changes their attack and magic in a beneficial way that we always do. And then for Cloud's, Cloud needs to have Poison equipped. Oh wait, he might actually do it with Kate. No, he looked at Cloud's stats. I don't think he's going to do it with Kate. Okay, so he did all his menuing here. Maybe he is, though, because I didn't see him put poison on Cloud. Let's see what happens. Did he check Kate's stats? No. He went Tifa Cloud. Okay. Materia. Oh, I see right here. Restore. Okay, so on Restore, he replaces it with poison. Okay, so he put poison on Cloud right here. Then he unequips lightning because when he checked Cloud's magic stat, he saw that if this lightning would be on, this +1 magic would be too much magic. So he unequips this lightning from Cloud to get that extra magic off of him. Then he wants Cure on Kate, just in case. Then Tifa First of all, Tifa gets E skill, so she can cast Big Guard, I believe. And then he saw that Tifa's attack power was also too high. So he puts a green materia, ice. It doesn't matter which green materia. He puts ice on Tifa to reduce her strength by 1. And now his stats are ready, right? He needed to get Cloud's magic a little bit lower and Tifa's attack a little bit lower, so that's what those materia changes were for. Then cures the party.
All right.
And fights the boss.
Perfect stats.
So, remember, what's the goal? 8400. We need to do 99 damage to him while poisoning him to do 2 ticks of poison. 99 damage plus 2 ticks of poison. Check it out. First, Big Guard.
Whatever.
He's questioning the Big Guard here because the thing is, Hell combo does a shitload of damage. And if he Big Guards right away, then if he wants to heal Kate, if you try to heal Kate with a cure after Big Guard has gone off, M Barrier will make the cure only do half of a cure. And so instead, so here he's considering queuing up Kate healing himself before the Big Guard in order to fully heal, but he decides against it.
We'll be fine, right? No healing required.
So here comes the bio. There it is. So, he did 71 damage and poisoned. All right? Are we keeping track? 71 and poisoned. 2 ticks of poison plus 99 damage is what we want. So he still needs to do 28 damage to him.
1.
Here comes Tifa attack. Tifa did 26. We're too short. We're too short on damage. We've only done 97. What do we do? What do we do? Well, that is what transform materia is for. So now he minis Tifa. Uh-oh, it missed. That's unlucky. He's got to try it again.
Risky.
There's 1 tick of poison. 1 tick has happened. All right. 1 damage.
8.
Now he's letting time pass. He's letting a bunch of time pass here. This is very deliberate. Notice that even though we're an ATB wait and we are against a boss, he is not holding time. Why is he not holding time and letting his barriers drain? Because he wants to make sure that the next poison tick is queued right now so that it goes off right when his turn is over. Because we need to do 1 point of damage to him and then allow the 3rd tick of poison to occur after, right? Right now we're at 1 tick of poison. And what we want to happen after this turn is poison to tick, then we hit him for 1, and then a 3rd tick of poison happened, because the 3rd tick of poison will happen when he has quad 7's HP. So, letting time flow to let that queue up. That crit was unlucky, but luckily he survived. There's the 2nd tick of poison. He's still letting time pass until about there. The visual cue, I think the visual cue to use is that once these damage numbers disappear is the perfect timing to then send in your next attack. 2 ticks of poison, send in the Tifa attack. There's our 1 damage. He now has quad 7's HP. And this timing, by the way, waiting for these damage numbers to disappear, then putting in the attack, and then again, not holding time. Why? So that the next poison tick queues up during her turn. The 3rd tick of poison queued up during this attack. He's at quad 7's. Boom. The 3rd tick of poison hits right then, and it does quad 7's to him. And there you go. That's the quad 7's materia keeper strat. Yeah. That's about that. Is there a reason people mini Cloud? Yes. The reason to mini Cloud is it's safer. Why is it safer? Because you can mini him right away. What you can do if you want to mini Cloud is immediately as the fight starts, what you can do is you can big guard, you can mini Cloud, and then you can bio with Cloud while he's mini. And that protects you from mini missing too many times. Because as we saw, this mini misses Tifa, which is dangerous, right? If this miss happens too many times, you're fucked. So if you mini Cloud right away, then you get one extra mini attempt, right? Why wouldn't you just mini Tifa right away? Well, because Tifa needs to do her regular attack. She needs to do her 26. So if you're going to mini Tifa, you have to do it after her attack, which is riskier. So why would you ever mini Tifa then if it's riskier? Because Tifa can't miss. Cloud has a chance to miss with his regular attacks, which screws you. So, what happens if Tifa crits? I'm pretty sure she's incapable of critting. Because crit chance is tied to the enemy's level versus your level. And I'm pretty sure that our levels are so different that a crit is impossible.
8.
And so there you go. And so now in real time, we'll go through it again. Remember, it's not as complicated as it seems. It's not as complicated as it seems. Let's go through it in real time here. We attempt the bio. We got poison with 71, so we want to see 28. We see 26, so we need 2 more. So we mini Tifa. It missed. Okay, we try to mini Tifa again. He's holding time right now because he doesn't want too many poison ticks to occur. There's poison tick number 1. Okay, we're at 1 hit, 1 tick. He held time because he doesn't want to get out of control here.
8.
Now he lets time flow because we want the second poison tick to occur right after this. 2 ticks. 99 damage, 3rd tick.
30, and that was sick. 30.
What happens if you don't poison on the first try? You have to potion him. That's a great question. If the bio doesn't poison him, it does like 70 damage. That's why the very first thing you have to do to him is poison him, is because if the bio hits him and doesn't poison him, then you have to throw a potion on him to get him back to 8400 and then try the bio again. And that can waste a lot of time. That's why this fight can be a huge bitch as far as RNG goes. Why not get the second mini attack before the second tick? Because if you get all of your 99 damage in before the second tick, that means that the second tick puts him into 7777 damage, and then you have to do something or he's gonna get a turn, right? If he's at quad 7s at the time of his second tick, then naturally he's going to get another turn before the 3rd tick happens, and he's going to hit one of your party members for quad 7s and kill them. Or you have to do something to waste time. Change rows, have a character hit themselves, throw a potion, something like that you have to do in order to waste time. Then the 3rd poison tick queues during your turn, and then it hits him right after. So if you have to do something for your turn, it might as well be hit him for the 99th damage. That's the fastest thing for it to be.
33.
All right.
4.
Is the poison tick ATB separate to enemy ATB? Yes. And his Materia Keeper's ATB is slightly faster. So if they queue up to where they both, so that's actually exactly what happens here. So this is, so I'm really glad that you're thinking about enemy ATB versus our ATB, because here is what it does. Right now, he's letting tons of time flow during the enemy's turn. What that means is that the poison ATB is for sure queued up right now, meaning his turn ends right here, meaning his turn just ended, so his ATB just reset to 0. The poison ATB just ticked, meaning the poison ATB also just reset to 0. They're lined up, they're synced up. Now here's the thing, is that his ATB is slightly faster than the poison. So if you just put your hands up, he will get his turn, he'll kill someone with quad 7s if he's at 99, or he'll just do his damage. And then the poison ATB will queue up at the start of his turn, like near the start of his turn. That's why we wait a little bit and then put in the Tifa attack, because now his turn is queued up now, and now both his turn and the poison have time to queue up during Tifa's turn, and of course the poison gets priority, and then it goes off. So there you go. And no, you can't trigger you can't do like a stinger skip, because you actually press circle to initialize the Materia Keeper fight. It doesn't happen from you running into him. This is a PlayStation run, Johnny. Original hardware. Well, it's we do run on a PlayStation 2 instead of a PS1 because it has better load times. All right. And then here is another world map manipulation. So he's using his IGT estimate up here in order to leave on a certain in-game time, which seeds it seeds the RNG in a way that's going to let him get 0 encounters. And then here we go. He took everybody's materia off and arranged it, and then what's he doing? He's equipping poison, he's equipping steel, he's equipping E-skill, and restore on cloud. Yeah, disc 1 skip is banned for this category. This is like the legacy pre-disc 1 skip category that is still, it's still more popular for running and watching because, you know, disc 1 skip doesn't have Materia Keeper in it. And we love Materia Keeper. All right. So that shot, that materia was partly a setup, because here he's going to sell, he can sell this green materia without thinking about what it is, because the green materia that we want to keep is equipped. And then here's just a big shop to set up a bunch of stuff for the rest of the run. Now notice he does do a special little thing here. After buying his tents, he goes up and he buys an extra high potion. What's the deal with that? Why would he go back up to buy the high potion instead of buying it right away? The reason is he's looking at how much money he has. So the thing is, he just sold his green materia, which means that he got money from the AP. The thing about the AP from the green materia is you get a different amount of AP depending on how much materia you had equipped for the Materia Keeper fight. Remember, for Materia Keeper, he had to look at his character's stats, which roll randomly, and then decide to equip or unequip green materia in order to get his stats correct for the Materia Keeper fight. That means that from run to run, you do those equipments differently, which means you get a different amount of AP depending on what was equipped for that fight, which means after you sell it, you have a different amount of money here. And later in the run, we need to have a very specific amount of money. And in order to fix for that later, he's fixing his money right here. After he buys his tents, he sees that he has about 400 extra, and so he goes up and buys a high potion in order to get rid of that extra money. Then here, stops to grab the Yoshiyuki. We're going to need the Yoshiyuki for big damage in the next dungeon. Then, in order to advance the plot, you just got to come over here and look at the tiny Bronco. More plot advancement up here. Just got to talk to Sid. And we're not too worried about all this. Just a bunch of cutscenes. Just a bunch of cutscenes. All right, and we're ready for the Palmer fight. So Palmer is once again fought in A to be active, because he's quite fast and haste isn't really worth it. So he's another dude that we try to poison. Nice. The first. So he got he got fourth try poison on Bottomswell, which was very bad. But then first try poison on Materia Keeper, followed by first try poison on Palmer. Very nice. The game Alundra? Yeah, I've played through it. It's excellent.
Come on, Cloud needs a limit. Cloud needs a limit.
So yeah, he wants Cloud to get attacked here. But yeah, the rest of this fight is basically just throw Molotovs at him while letting poison do a ton of damage to him. Heal the characters as needed. Firing on Kate absorbed that attack, so he wouldn't need to do a high potion for that one.
Unless we're lucky on the random fight for Red Dragon.
Yeah, poison just makes the fight a lot faster and safer because, you know, it's safe. And it's going to save you a bunch of high potions to have to heal less, and it's going to save you a bunch of Molotovs because it does a bunch of damage, right? Like, if we didn't poison him, we would also have to buy more Molotovs, and that costs money.
Okay, now comes another water manipulation. We're looking at 45.
But that's the end of Poison's usefulness, really. Actually, he might poison Red Dragon. Some people also poison Red Dragon. I have a feeling he won't, but I'm not sure. And all right. So now we're doing another world map manipulation, and this one's very tricky because this is the final text box. And so he has to clear this text box on a certain in-game time. So that's once again what the in-game time estimate is on the top right up here. He's going to use that in order to try to seed the world map RNG.
Barely not working. 4 and then 3.
And so this is a crazy manip. Once again, we need to do only cardinal movement, no diagonals with the tiny Bronco, because here's the deal. We're trying to get to the beach on a certain RNG index. And what changes your RNG index? Oh, right. Every single frame that you press left or right, or L1 or R1, but that's irrelevant right now. So we need to be very careful that every single press of right moves us the full movement right. No brushing on anything and no diagonals. And that way, we're going to be able to do a controlled brush later. So also, he moved to this specific line. He said the number 4. He said 4, then 3 earlier. And the 4 meant... You see, do you kind of see the line? They're easier to see in motion. Do you kind of see the horizontal lines of the water? There's like these dark lines. The thing is, Ace Zephyr developed this strat, and he decided that these would be our visual cue to use, because if you stop the tiny Bronco here, or here, or here, or here, and then you move right, you will end up on a different RNG index when we get to the spot of the beach that we're going to get off on. And so why that's relevant is that makes it so that for each different IGT, we have 4 different possibilities of RNG that might be beneficial to us. So it's more things to test, you know, more chances for good RNG instead of having to wait for the next IGT second. So for this particular pattern he's on, he goes to line 4, and then from here there will be brushing. It's just hold right until we're in the beach position. So he's holding only right, and all of this is perfectly consistent brushing because our movement has been consistent.
They completely shut
all the way until one more, maybe 2 more actually. I think it's 2 more from here. Yep, there's 1 right press. There's a second right press. Now he's in position. We can tell from this little sparkle and where it is in comparison to the cockpit. Now he's in the right position. And now from here, it's arm swings. He did the fancy strat. So notice here, he wants to go up. So why does he start running right? Why did he go around to the right? Because the thing is, remember, RNG index increments, say it with me, every frame that you press right, left, L1, or R1. But we want to go up here. But we want to go up with our RNG index moving so that we can use menus in order to bump where our fractions land and avoid battles. But if we were to try to press up R1 and L1 all on the same frame, it would be very likely to make a mistake and press one of them too early, and that would throw off our RNG index versus our fraction sync. And so instead, he deliberately starts moving right because that moves you and it moves the index. It keeps the fractions synced just like it would if you pressed up with R1 and L1, and then he switches to the diagonal movement. So that's just a way to safely, it's just a way to safely get into this movement without desyncing your manip and without having to open the menu. The safe way to do it is to get out of the Bronco and then open the menu and then exit the menu holding up R1 and L1 because that does all those inputs on the same frame automatically. Thus, you don't lose your sync. But that's slow. You have to open the menu and then exit it. So this is faster. It's a little trickier to do, but it's faster. And now he's moving diagonally in order to get that 5% movement bonus. And then is this one just free? Oh man, this was just a totally free one. That's awesome. So did he not say 4-3? Did he say 4 then free? Let's listen again.
Barely not working. 4 and then 3.
I think he said 4 and then free, meaning he doesn't have to count Cloud's arm swings. He just gets it for free. Let me try to verify that. It looks like he went on 244, 47, maybe 48. What the hell is this? Oh, that's for something else. That's for something else. Where do I have this sheet? I've definitely got it on this computer. Let me just move it over real quick. Bronco to Coral. Okay, so here's the actual sheet that he's looking at. And then, sorry, what did we say? 244, either 47 or 48? Yeah, right there, 244, 47. Look at that. So here it is, verified on the RNG Bible. If you go at 244, 47, 4 means you go to line 4. And then empty brackets means you don't have to do any menus. You will just get a 0 encounter. So there it is, verified. That he's got the expected RNG here. So isn't that cool? This is one of the latest developed strats. Like we didn't do this for a long time. How many 0 enks are there? Not very many. As you can see, there's one here, couple here, not a lot. So what are you generally looking for on this sheet? Something like this is really good. This one means that you can menu at any point between 9 and 30 arm swings. So this one's insanely easy. But then you've got ones like, where's a hard one? This one is only 2 arm swings. This one you only have 2 arm swings, but that's pretty easy. Oh, I think this is the sheet that I made, where it doesn't have any that require more than 2 menus. But there are versions of the sheet that have tighter windows, or that have more menus required. Oh, here's one. This one is annoying. So on this one, you need to go to line 3. Then you need to menu relatively early with pretty easy timing. But then you need to menu between 31.5 and 32.5 arm swings, which is pretty difficult to do a single arm swing after having already done a menu. Because when you do a menu, it's easy for that to throw off your count afterward. So yeah, so like this, for example, is a very tricky one. Anyway.
Oh, Icicles was so horrible.
And yeah, that's the thing about RNG, especially with retro games, is that like how does a PlayStation choose a random number? The answer is it literally cannot. It is incapable of producing a random number. And so what does it do? Well, it does a system that we can reverse engineer.
Yeah, from that last run that reached CD2, the Icicles, I've never seen this kind of RNG. That was insane. That was the worst Icicles I've ever seen, ever.
All right, so there you go. And now we're here. We're here for the keystone, and that's it. This fight, you don't have to fight it. You can you just run away from it, and he gives you the keystone. All right, all right. Yo, Kage. But engineers use approximation, not exact. I don't know what you mean.
This looks very good. The only bad thing right now, I would say, is Cloud not having a limit.
I'm just saying we have reverse engineered the way that the programming populates an RNG table, which is exact. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Zheal looks really good today as well. Oh, like wine. You just took it.
And then here we get the Eris date just because it's getting a faster date like the Barrett date takes more time than it saves. It does save just a couple frames to talk to the wizard instead of the knight because of Eris's run back and forth right here. And then the fastest thing to do is just to ruin the play as quickly as possible. And all right, here we go. Can we get halfway into the run on today's stream? And then maybe I'll try to do the entire rest of the verification another day. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, you can have Tifa, but it's not any faster. It loses time because the Tifa date is about the same exact amount of time, and it would take time to grind the affection points for it. So here you're supposed to chase Kate, and he goes into Battle Square. The thing is, if you chase him around, he ultimately goes to Chocobo Square, and you can just go to Chocobo Square right away, and he'll be there. So Chocobo Square, and then when you run back here, he turns around and leaves. So you really just have to run to there and then turn around. Whoops. Uh-oh. How we doing, computer? Oh my god, is Microsoft Paint fucking up my computer again? Dude. Microsoft has to fix this. My suspicion is that they added Copilot to Microsoft Paint, and my suspicion is that it has a memory leak. So now we're gonna have to save my work here, and I have to restart my computer. Don't worry, I got a 2 PC setup so the stream doesn't have to go down or anything, but I I have to restart my computer to fix this. Oh, and it takes forever, dude. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'll have to look into how to get rid of Copilot if it's going to do this. Is that the G-Sync problem? You can fix it by turning your monitor on and off. Well, unfortunately, my monitor is my capture card. Like, my PC thinks that my capture card is my monitor. And so I'd have to unplug my capture card and plug it back in, which I don't want to do. Oh boy. But I don't think it has G-Sync. I mean, you know, like my graphics card probably has G-Sync because it's a 5070, but my capture card wouldn't be compatible with that. I've only seen it happen when Microsoft Paint is open, though. It's happened to me twice ever, and both times is when Microsoft Paint was open. And I use this PC all the time, every day, without Microsoft Paint open, and it doesn't happen. So it's not like, you know, not like I don't have a lot of data. Yo, Beagle. All right, we good? There we go. We're back. Okay. Paint.net. Maybe I'll have to look into that. Cause no, I've not tried that. Is it is Paint.net, is it browser based or is it like an open source program? If there's an open source version of Paint, I would probably really like that. Like, I started using LibreOffice because they got rid of WordPad. It's open source? Okay, that's awesome. How'd the run from the other day go? Great. I got a 642, which for like a D-Rust practice run with safety strats and stuff, I think is quite excellent. I do use GIMP. When I need to do something Photoshop-like, I use GIMP. I'm not very good at GIMP. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate GIMP, but I mean, it's open source, so I use it. I'll have to check out Paint.net. But okay, there we go. We're back.
Would you say Eric is technically a temporary party member? No. I mean, in terms of what the meaning of temporary party member is, she obviously is. But you would call her a temporary member, you know, how contract is. Like, all the world temporary. No, I think,
All right.
Would be the perfect example of a temporary.
You got good at the paths tool.
There from, like in the
Yeah, I've been using LibreOffice instead of like Word and WordPad and stuff because they Windows 11 got rid of WordPad. All right, so anyway, here he is adding Kate Sith to the party. Why do we choose Kate Sith out of everybody? There's a couple of reasons. Firstly, his HP is tanky and it allows us to go really hard on Demon's Gate. But also, it saves a little bit of time in cutscenes, and you'll see why.
38, 56, 38.
Need to switch to Linux, but you're still fearful. I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm closer than ever to switching to Linux, but I haven't quite pulled the trigger yet. Because here's the thing, is I want to like Windows. My desire is just to like Windows and use it, you know? So I'm trying my best because it's the most convenient thing. But I am closer than ever to pulling the trigger with Linux. And the thing is, you guys don't want me to use Linux. Because...
Dude, that's so close.
You guys know what do I call myself, right? What do I peg myself as? Hipster, contrarian, douchebag. And so, if just imagine, bro, imagine if I became a Linux bro, how fucking annoying I could be with it, you know? So I'm using Window for you guys, all right? Here's another world map manip.
Wait until 44. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3.
256.44 he went at. So here we can check this out as well. $256.44. Here it is on the sheet. So we expect. Oh, this is a really difficult one. We can expect that he is going to menu. Actually, he should get to the Bronco before this one. This one, your second menu has to be before 41 arm swings, but if you're diagonalizing your movement properly, you'll get to the Bronco before this. So we expect to see him menu at 39.5 arm swings.
4, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No? 26? Is he on a different... Oh, is he on this one, actually? Maybe because, you know what, he might be on the earlier second. The reason being that he... You know what, that makes sense, actually. Okay, so let's show this real quick. So at the time that he says that he sees 256.44 on the RNG estimate, he just leaves. Now, I think that's a second faster than if you were to wait to see 44 on the menu and then close the menu, right? So since he didn't use the menu and instead he used the IGT estimate, that put him on this IGT, or that put him on this seed, probably. And so that makes sense then to do 26 arm swings.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then it should be all the way to the Bronco after that.
Very bad bombs.
Yep.
Everything else has been pretty good so far since then.
Yeah, that makes sense. And remember, the same thing happened on the mayor password. Remember the mayor password he didn't open his menu for, he just used the IGT estimate, and it turned out to be a second earlier than what I was expecting.
We had a really bad
So that's
bomb.
consistent.
After that, things have been pretty nice.
Yo, Tirith? Please switch to Linux, maybe someday.
Nice. No encounter. Dude, now, come on. Give me this. Give me.
All right, so here he wants to steal a spiderweb. Us getting this particular encounter is pretty important because we need to steal the spiderweb from him. Unfortunately, he did stop web on Kate, which wastes a bunch of time now while we have to just wait for him to get unstuck. So this is very bad RNG to get that to happen right away. But hopefully he gets... Okay, then he at least did get the web right away. And now he can run. But yeah, big waste of time.
Okay, not too horrible. We should still lose time, I think. I'm not sure. Stopweb was pretty shit.
Oh, I didn't even mention this. Sorry. Some things I take for granted. Here he's buying the Fury Ring. So the amount of money that we sold down to had to be enough to get back into the gold saucer, and then we get $5,000 from Palmer, which is a perfect to purchase the Fury Ring. So what does the Fury Ring do? It puts the wearer in Berserk, which A, makes them automatically queue their attacks, and B, makes them do 50% more damage. All right. You playing 6 and Chrono Trigger over and over? Oh, yeah, dude. Great games.
What was it? I'm just streaming and disconnect. Nice. Ooh, save 3 seconds even.
Does Fury Ring work well with Power Soul?
Again, like 19, again, same time roughly.
In the Hundo, I use Fury Ring with Power Soul, yes. But there isn't a part where we use it in the run. The reason being that Death Blow is better with Power Soul.
No. I don't say rip stream. I mean, when I disconnect, I don't see anyone say rip stream.
Excuses again.
Because, your messages go over the internet that is disconnected.
I think No Major Skips uses Fury Ring with Power Soul, though. I want to say No Major Skips Demon's Gate fight also uses Fury Ring Power Soul.
And on cases, so I had to wait it out. But then it was first try. Deal. Limit? No limit. He didn't attack Cloud a single time. There are 2 more
Okay. I'm gonna try my damnedest to get through the Demon's Gate fight soon here. Okay. So he's forcing an encounter here, which once again means we might be seeing a battle skip coming up. Because he wants to... Battle skips, you have to open the menu on the exact frame that you would get a battle. And so...
Fuck yeah.
And so he's doing that in order to get into a consistent spot. And then, yeah, that enemy giving Cloud a limit there is very good for the Red Dragon fight. Because remember, we unlocked Cross Slash by getting 8 Bravers. Here's the battle skip, just like I said.
Dude, can you please? Thank you. And that was a lot of menus.
But there it is. Looks like he got the battle skip. And yeah. Zheal runs a lot of, or at least a few other JRPGs as well. Interesting that he's not opening either of these chests. And he didn't get the drill arm either, so I'm curious to see what his money route looks like. I'm guessing he probably buys only 5 HP pluses and not 6 to make up for it. But we'll see.
No. Oh,
but yeah, he's got the record in Breath of Fire 3, right? Also? And then I know he ran Expedition 33 for a little bit.
Nice, no bad pattern this time. Last time there was a bad pattern here. Okay.
My thoughts on Expedition 33, it's game of the decade so far. Game of the 2020s decade so far. Absolutely phenomenal game. The story, the storytelling, the soundtrack, characters, gameplay. Just the general originality of it. Oh man. What a game, dude.
Well, Cloud has really shit HP.
Okay, let's talk about this menu real quick. So, first, Trank on Kate, 30% less damage. He heals up Cloud and hypers him. So another hyper on Cloud. Why? Because once again, we're gonna want a limit bar to fill up. Then he puts the Yoshiyuki on Cloud. So what does the Yoshiyuki do? Sword is used when an ally is down. This is a very silly, weird translation to say this sword gets a 100% damage bonus for every dead party member. And now you might remember, back here there was an interesting decision that was made. On this fight, he had after Kate got frozen, he had Eris throw a grenade on herself. Why on earth would he do that? Well, it might just have something to do with a sword that gets more powerful for every dead party member. Then he puts on the Deathblow materia that was picked up in Gongaga. The way that Deathblow works is it does a low accuracy attack that always crits if it hits. The accuracy is around a third of your regular hit accuracy, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. And then it always crits if it hits, though. Then he puts on Elemental Ifrit, so this will make him take 50% damage from fire elemental attacks, and he puts on Cover as well.
Well, Cloud has really shit HP.
And ATB weight. So cover, of course, gives Cloud a chance to take the damage from an attack instead of whoever the regular target was.
So, this could be pretty
And here, we can go straight down.
Cloud is absolutely in kill range for Red.
This part's really easy. All you got to do is run to the ledge here and jump down, and then go into this hole.
You can lose a lot of time, though.
And then, if you go into this hole, and then straight back into this one from out of it, that's how you get up to the top. There you go. That's the fastest way through here. You can even go grab this chest down here if you want before you go back in, but it only has it has the work glove in it. It's not really that big of a deal.
No.
That's Tifa's like joke weapon.
It's also been a while, but it's always a pretty big risk if he has low HP.
All right. Yo, FFD. Hate Breeder, sorry. Since my last stream, I listened to one Dream Theater album every day, and I listened to Parasomnia by Dream Theater instead. Octavarium? I listened to Octavarium probably probably 2 weeks ago. Was the last time I listened to Octavarium.
Get ready? Shift. Fish.
And yo, I'm sorry to hear that, Rust to Rust.
Alright, let's see how we go. Let's see.
All right, so here is the Red Dragon fight. This is the general concept of this fight. Is we want to use Cross Slash to freeze him, and then we want to use Death Blow to hit him while he's frozen. Because I mentioned that Cross Slash paralyzes the enemy, and then I mentioned that Death Blow is a low accuracy attack that always crits. Well, guess what? Accuracy doesn't matter against a paralyzed enemy. So, here we go. First thing he does in the fight.
I hope this is quick enough.
I actually don't know why he threw that
I was
potion.
a bit slow with my inputs. Let's see.
He's doing some kind of special strat here. Ah, the bio. He is using poison against Red Dragon.
Okay,
And it worked.
Perfect.
Okay, that's sick. I know why he's using poison. He's using poison because he doesn't have long range materia. So normally, here's how this fight goes. To kill Red Dragon, you need to cross slash him twice. You need to death blow him 6 times, and you need to regular attack him 2 times. This will kill him. However, that is if you have long range materia equipped, which he doesn't. He skipped long range to save some time earlier. And that's what this new route does. This route that he's on skips long range. It's a big deal. It's going to come into play a bunch of times. So now his back row Cloud would only do half damage with these 2 attacks. And so this whole setup wouldn't kill. So he needs the poison to make up the difference. So yeah. When did this run happen? I think about a month ago. All right, so he's doing a special setup in order to get the poison on. Then here's the cross slash. Now check out this weight tricking. So the boss is now paralyzed, and he's gaining ATB. Once he gets ATB, very, very quick death blow selection with Cloud, which puts us into ATB weight. And then when he sends in the death blow and immediately opens a menu. This is weight tricking. This is how you get 3 death blows in a single paralysis. Is that during Cloud's turn, when Cloud's ATB is stuck full, he has opened a sub menu with Kate in order to hold ATB, which stops the paralysis from decaying. So, boom, death blow. Then He sends in another death blow, opens the menu to keep it. Yo, McMurtry, second death blow. And there's the third death blow. Now he just holds time because now what? So what did we get here? We got 1 cross slash and 3 death blows. So now we just need the dragon to hit Cloud. Cloud is furied, so that'll get him here.
Man, perfect.
Cloud has Fury, so that gives him his limit break in 1 attack. If he had decided to attack Kate instead, that's what the cover materia on Cloud is for, to try to get the limit break from it still. And then that's going to give him our second cross slash and our other 6 death blows. And then the poison takes care of the missing damage from the back row, as we discussed. 666 damage, nice. Boom. And 1 more death blow.
Nice. Huh.
There it is. Mwah! Perfect fight.
Woo. Damn, what a fight. Let's go.
All right.
Huh?
And, you know, I can't say what level you'd normally be because I don't really know what a casual playthrough of this game looks like anymore.
Wait, I can hear something.
Yeah, I can hear it too. Is it a game over screen? Well, not go game over. Again? Oh man, disconnected now.
So by the way, here is where you save time for having Kate Sith in your party, is if Kate Sith isn't in your party, the phone rings here, and Cloud just stands around like, yeah, what's that sound? For like 10 seconds before he, it's probably more like 5 seconds. He stands around forever before answering the phone, and then Kate talks to him over the phone. But if Kate's already in your party, he just starts talking to you. So this is where you save time for this party selection. All right, and now we got to prepare for the Demon's Gate fight. I'm not sure if he's got any menuing to do. I would expect him to have some menuing to do. Yes, here we go. Oh, of course, because he's got to get Cloud into sadness now because Fury is... You do not want Fury against Demon's Gate. Because we're going to be doing regular attacks against him, for one thing. And we just don't want to die. And then here we see Dragon Armlet, and then so Dragon Armlet is good defense, and then Fury Ring is here's where the Fury Ring comes into play. And then front row Cloud. So front row Cloud, this is the big ass clencher. Is one of the big ass clenchers. As far as running the game without the long range materia. And then he just takes forever to submit his runs, Joe Noble. I think part of the reason might be that, like, if he's planning on doing another run really soon, then you might as well not submit, because what if your next run also PBs even harder? Then you might as well just submit the newer one, you know what I mean? So curing Eris all the way is an interesting... so I haven't seen very much no long-range Demon's Gate, so I didn't know that curing Eris was part of the strat.
Nice. Good start.
But okay, so here's what the Spiderweb is for. So not only are we hasting our party with Big Guard, but we are also using the Spiderweb here on Demon's Gate. So we're hasted and he's slowed. And you'll see how powerful that combo is in a second here. There's Cloud with the with Berserk. So every time that Cloud's ATB goes up, he automatically queues an attack because he's Berserk. So boom, he's queued up. Don't gotta worry about him. And then again, he's doing 50% extra damage from the Fury. These rocks, look how hard they hit him though. We have Barrier up and it still does 495 damage because he's in the front row.
Yikes.
So that's why it's so scary. He just gets walloped. Like if that was on Cloud, Cloud would be dead now and we'd be fucked.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's actually very good.
Excuses again?
Now, Eris Molotoving herself gets her KO'd. Now Cloud is doing double damage because of the Yoshiyuki. Boom! Look at that damage. And then here we start to see the cycle.
It's actually very good.
We start to see the cycle now. Now that we are hasted and the boss is slowed, check out how the cycle works now. So he does his turn, and we're all queued up, and he's holding time in his menu. He's holding time in the menu so that his barriers don't run down. You know, if you were just sitting here on the menu, your barriers would run down. And now watch what happens with us hasted and the enemy slowed. Cloud goes one time, and then he's still holding time. If you hold square, it shows you, it hides the menu, but you can tell we're still in the menu because we're on ATB wait. So yeah, so one hit, then right when Cloud, watch this, right when Cloud's ATB empties, he exits the menu. That allows time to flow only for long enough for Cloud to get his turn. Cloud auto queues his turn from I'm kind of explaining that right now, McMurchie. Cloud auto queues his turn from Berserk, and then he once again goes back into his item menu. So yeah, so when I say hold time, I mean we're on ATB wait mode. He goes into his item menu to stop ATB from flowing. Why? Because right now, what happens if ATB flows right now? Cloud already has his turn queued. We already have full ATB. The only thing that ATB going right now would do is it would give Demon's Gate his turn, and it would run our barriers down. Both of those things are bad for us. So he opens his item menu just to put it into ATB wait, and that's what we refer to as holding time. So Cloud gets his second turn, boom, and then right when his ATB empties, he exits the menu again, allowing time to pass again until now Cloud can get even a third turn in. And once again, he's holding time because Demon's Gate's turn isn't queued yet. If he was to let time flow here, Demon's Gate would queue his turn during Cloud's turn. But instead, he can wait all the way until Cloud's ATB is empty again, then throw out a Molotov, which goes off before Demon's Gate's turn, which allowed Cloud to queue his turn, right? And then Kate can get, and then during Demon's Gate's turn, you just let your party refill their ATBs, hold time again to stop your barriers from going down, and that's the fight, right? That is the Demon's Gate. That's the Demon's Gate shuffle. So once again, as we see it, Cloud attack, release, hold, Cloud attack, release, hold for Cloud attack, use an item. Then, during Demon's Gate's turn, you refill your ATBs and hold time again. And watch it happen again now. Cloud attack number 1, release, rehold for Cloud attack 2, release, hold Cloud attack 3, use an item. And then, let your ATB refill during his turn, and rehold. Now, it looks like his barriers are empty. You might be like, hey, his barriers are empty. Why is he still barriered? The reason is that all damage for a turn is calculated at the very start of a turn. And as we can see here, so we're on wait right now because the way that it generally works is if a turn is queued, which right now Demon's Gate's turn is probably queued, then only 1 second passes on a turn of time, and then it goes into wait. And then it'll go into wait until the next turn starts. And look at this, we have 1 pixel of barrier left. 1 pixel. So right at the end of this Molotov here, boom, right there, like the frame that it went back into time. This frame right here that it went back into time is when the game calculated all of the damage for his Demon Rush, and it took into consideration the barrier. So we are barriered, even though it's run down for this turn. Now Cloud got his limit, which is going to give him a fast ATB. I believe you can actually get 4 Cloud turns in if he has a limit bar. Let's see if he does it. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think I saw Morningcraft do it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, he's not risking it. He used the item. But he did get a 4th turn. Oh, never mind. It's not a risk. You don't have to hold it. Okay, no, look, Cloud did get a 4th turn from the limit bar. Okay, yes. That's right. It doesn't matter when you release the item. At least you can release the item after the 3rd or 4th, and they'll both work. So yeah, that's really cool. So check it out. Check this out. Cloud is already queued. He gets his limit bar, which means his next ATB is going to be really fast. So this is super tight, I believe. Where now he's holding time. Cloud attack number 1 goes off. Now here is when he releases and re-holds, right? But look how fast this ATB is. Boom. Like, look how fast Zheal had to react to that. Like release hold real quickly to be tight and not bleed any time. Boom. And then attack number 3. And by being just right, Cloud even gets a 4th attack in. That's super sick. So now he's coming forward for his attack, and we don't have any barriers. But the thing is, he'll be dead before his attack. Just knowing how the fight goes, he's dead before he attacks here.
We win.
How do you practice the boss fights? Yeah, you got a couple options. I have a memory card that has a bunch of save files on it, so I can practice on hardware if I want. Or emulator save states is a great way as well. I like practicing on hardware more because emulators are a little laggy, but yeah, those are the 2 most obvious ways. And there you go. There is the Demon's Gate fight.
Really cooperating there.
That was an awesome fight. And there you have it. That's Demon's Gate, and that is about half of the run. The second half of the run, verification will go a lot quicker because things are front-loaded on explanations, right? Explanations about things like how steps work and that kind of stuff all happens at the start. So the back half of the run, a lot less needs to be explained, and the back half of the run has more cutscenes. So the second half should go quite a bit quicker. If you cast slow on an enemy and hold time, does it slow hold for the enemy? I'm not sure what you mean. I have a video called All About ATB and the Wait Trick. That doesn't cover slow, though. I mean, so holding time versus time flowing works the same way if the enemy is slowed. It's just that they only gain half as much ATB while time is flowing. But they still gain 0. Or sorry. Yeah, they still gain 0 while time is held. Do status effects count down? I see what you're saying. Okay, so slow is indefinite. So slow doesn't matter for what you're asking, but paralysis and stop, yes. Holding time prevents those from decaying. So if you go back to the red dragon fight that we went through, that's what I was saying when I said that's how you get 3 death blows into a single paralysis, is by holding time while Cloud isn't gaining ATB. So like the red dragon strat is to cross slash him and then only allow time to flow while Cloud is gaining ATB, and then Cloud will be able to get 3 death blows in on a single paralysis. If you're not holding time, you can only death blow once. But all right. And Mr. ZDZ, thank you for the congrats, and it's nice to meet you. So yeah. Duration of status effects is held when you hold time. And okay, we're here at Bone Village, old Boner Village. I am gonna have to save this for next time, though. I think this is like the halfway point of the speed run. This is a good place to stop and continue next time. So I will be back to hopefully try to get the entire rest of the run commentated and verified next time. But for now, speaking of being a dad, I got to go pick up my daughter from her grandparents' house. You know, my parents were hanging out with her today. And so, yeah, we got to go pick her up and enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll probably play some more Yakuza 0. You know, my wife and I have been jamming Yakuza 0, and it has been fantastic. What a great game, dude. But all right, so let us see. Let's see who's streaming here. Unfortunately, man, I really have to pee. But guess what? Zheal is actually streaming right now. So for those of you on Twitch, we are gonna raid Zheal, and I think he streams on YouTube as well, so you can find him there as well. Zheal. We're gonna go raid him. Have yourselves a great night. He is playing Final Fantasy X Masters Challenge right now. So enjoy his stream, have fun, have a great night, and I will see you cats next time. Bye. Bye.